Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs here for today's games. And today is going to be an interesting one. It is the only day with a contentious prediction. Someone predicted differently from other people today for the first match. And it's the only one
Who would do such
all
a
week.
thing?
Oh, no idea. Wouldn't be able to tell you. Would have absolutely no clue. We'll just have to see whether the result is going to be as that one person predicted or as everybody else foresaw.
Yeah. You know what? I'm kind of going with everyone else. I wasn't the lone predictor. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I don't know whether I was either. I'm not entirely sure. It was me. It was definitely me. Let's have a look at the standings here to see how this one is shaping up so far. As you can see, Gen G have already locked in the playoffs. That's what happens when you're undefeated and you're a bit of the way into round 2. Generally, there are teams that have been doing a fair bit of losing, and on the bottom side of things, it is definitely looking like a lot of losses. We have some pretty clear separation here in the LCK right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing, though, is it kind of felt like in spring, it was the top 6, and then there was a bit of a gap between the bottom 4. But now, with Liv Sandbox struggling, it feels like it's more between like the top 5 and the bottom 5.
Yeah.
The thing is, 6 teams go to playoffs, so that 6th place spot is super contentious. And even though Nongshim is at the bottom, Liv Sandbox with 2 wins as well, it's not that far to go for them to make 6th place. So everyone's still in the running to try and make playoffs.
Yeah, you can still make a late resurgence and get things done, and that is what this team is going to need. They experienced their first consecutive match loss after 2 years. It's the first time that we've had a week of T1 losing. Might have something to do with the GOAT of League of Legends missing from the mid lane, and it's something that they have yet to turn around. They have had a bit of time. They've taken some time for some wellness within the team as well. So we'll see whether that is going to help them with a victory against Nongshim, who, like you say already, have certainly been struggling. But so would DRX when they took down T1 2-0 and it didn't even look close.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. That's what makes it super interesting, is that, you know, Nongshim took T1 in 3 games last time they played against each other.
Yeah.
And that was a significantly better looking T1 than the one currently. I think, you know, a few months ago, if you looked at this matchup and people were trying to sell the Nongshim win, people would be like, what are you talking about? But there's real potential. It's so hard to judge T1.
Yeah.
Because we've seen them look really rough recently, and the hope from the fans is that they'll be able to step up their play and return to form, but will they? When will they?
And the other thing that's in T1's court as well is the fact that Nongshim earlier this week looked woeful against Gen G. Probably more woeful than T1 did against Gen G in their last match as well. Both of these teams coming off losses against Gen G. Of course, we can't blame any team for that. No one's been able to beat them yet. So we'll just have to see who's going to be able to bounce back after that loss a little bit better. Of course, more recent for Nongshim. One of the sad things, though, is one of the players that we have been talking up as we do introduce T1 to Lowell Park first. They will be the home team today. One of the players that we haven't lost faith in so far has been Gumayushi. But over the last 2 weeks, he hasn't been able to do above 300 DPM in any of his games. And it does say a lot to how T1 have been struggling so much.
Yeah, I feel like individually, he's still been performing well, but I think when a team starts to look bad, the AD carry, it's really hard for them to step up, especially in the current meta. Back in the day, you should have players like Teddy on Jinair just managing to like 1v9, but I feel like the current meta, the current state of the game, it's hard to be independent as an AD carry. If the team's struggling, you will struggle. If the team's doing great, like Gen G, then Pays looks absolutely phenomenal.
Yep. Outside of maybe Taeyun yesterday managing to get a fair bit of damage done on his Ashe before colossally losing the game, which is what we kind of saw in that one. This is going to be a big test for both of these squads, actually. And for this team here that we're about to introduce, Nongshim, the power of friendship is going to need to be at full force because they need to capitalize on a limping T1 to try and scrape themselves up from the bottom of the standings, because I think that this slump for T1 is not going to last forever, and you got to make the
most of it.
Make the most of it.
That's the thing, is that for T1, I feel like a victory today, it'd be more about, you know, righting the ship, showing that they can still handle these matches, showing that they can still function with obviously Faker being in absence. But for Nongshim, a win today would make such a massive difference. When you don't have many wins, they have a lot more weight to them.
That's exactly right. And this is a team that we actually thought looked great in their last match victory, I believe it was against Live Sandbox, they were actually playing just really solid League of Legends. Of course, strength of schedule does play a part here, right? We saw that against Gen G, it was a very different story. Gen G, very different team that are generally pretty strong. As we know, this is going to be our key player matchup, Gumayusi versus Jiwoo. Jiwoo, of course, managing to get that one-game win over T1, but his Neela was the main factor in that one.
And it's been banned ever since.
It has. I think that it may continue to be banned as well, as T1, you know, keenly aware of just how good Jiwoo is on that champion. But Jiwoo does have a large champion pool.
And also, Gumayusi, the one of the players to play.
Yeah, exactly.
So, pretty interesting in that regard. I feel like obviously still Gumayusi coming out pretty solidly in lane. Those laning stats still very good, but definitely, I think when we compare to when we've seen his stats early in the season, taking a hit. A lot of the recent, it's not just losses in the recent games, they've been really stompy in the opponent's favor. Even DRX managed to, in that game one against them, honestly just decimate them, if we're being brutal. And Gen G similarly looked pretty one-sided in that game one. I think the game twos have looked a bit better.
Somewhat, yeah.
But not great.
And I think that if your game twos look better after a loss, that is a good thing. That's a positive, you know, shows that you don't necessarily tilt. Something that, of course, the gentleman that was just on your screen before, Dindin, he is very, very good at. The guy can die as many times as you want him to, he will still give it his all. Even if after dying that many times, his all isn't actually all that much at that point in time. Sylvie also has been stepping up his performance as well. We'll see how he's going to do into Ona. And Poby here in the mid lane. Fiesta looked not great against Chovy last time around, but he managed to... I give
him a pass for that.
Yeah, I think we can give him a pass.
So I think a lot of people don't look too good against Chovy.
It is true. It is true. But he looked great against Closer. And Closer has been struggling a little bit of late, but we know what he's capable of, right? So Fiesta definitely not going to be an easy opposition, I don't think, for the new player for T1.
Yeah, I think ultimately if we have like a scale for mid laners, I definitely think Poby is more towards the Closer end than the Chovy end in terms of difficulty. So
I don't know whether Closer is necessarily the other end of the scale, though. I think that might be mean. Who would be on the other end? Maybe even having the discussion would be too mean. So I guess we can just put it on we can put Closer there, and you guys can work out who's underneath him, even in the scale.
Yeah, well, everyone else work it out.
Yeah, not going to be us. We wouldn't be doing that. We just know that Chovy performing extraordinarily well at the moment. Not going to be in this particular game, though. It's Poby versus Fiesta, and we are here into the pick and ban for game number one. T1 desperate to right the ship, desperate to pick up a victory and show that this isn't just Faker's team, that there are other great players on this team, and we know there are. We'll see whether we can actually see them and see that performance from them as well, as Poppy and LeBlanc both banned away, the Nico and the Viego taken away from T1 here as well. Tristana banned on blue side, quite
Neela ban.
And yes, no Neela ban. Is it first pick Neela, Orcs?
I doubt it. I think the thing with Neela is that when she's good, she's great, but she doesn't fit always into every single comp. Even Nongshim weren't just like first rotation here. And often when it was best was as like a second rotation pick. So, you know, T1 potentially comfortable, although I do think a good spot for it for Nongshim would be like third pick on red side. Would be a decent spot, but probably not first rotation. We'll see though. We'll see what they go for. Obviously, they are the Neela experts, I would say, Jiwoo in particular. And T1 just got off for the Annie. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. High priority pick on the patch and a fairly simple laning phase. It looks like Jiwoo going to go for the Kai'Sa, and then this Sejuani locked in as well. So we could see on this third pick something like the Renekton or the Jax being a possibility.
Yeah, this is it's kind of the Sejuani trap that you can set up, because if both the Renekton and the Jax are available, you've got two very good options, and you can theoretically ban away the other one or just accept the matchup, because the 2v2 is always going to be so much better. Zaya going to be picked as the answer into the Kai'Sa. There is the Azir for Fiesta, his favorite pick at the moment. Didn't work into Chovy. We'll see whether it's going to work here into Poby. Ona does manage to pick up the Vi. A lot of agency now for the T1 jungler. And of course, Gumayushi's always been very good at this Zaya. We'll just see whether he can have that level of performance here today. Looking pretty comfortable, though, as far as these two drafts. Zaya picked without Rakan is a little bit sad if you're a romance fan. But I don't think that she is necessarily going to suffer too much. Nautilus going to be taken away here.
It's also interesting because Rakan, honestly, one of the better picks for Peter.
Yeah, right.
Favorite pick. So they could have taken it on 4 if they really wanted, but opting to ban it away, go a different direction. I do think a big thing is that Nongshim's composition, the thing with Kai'Sa is Kai'Sa works very well in dive comps. But because of how good a poke is, she can also kind of sit back and play from a distance. Combined with the Azir as well, up against a shorter range composition T1. T1 are really going to be wanting to have a lot of engage. They already have the Vi and Annie, which is great. We'll see if they can get more. And that kind of signifies maybe the Renekton pickup.
I don't think you need the maybe. Let's be real. But this is the thing. T1 can't ban both Renekton and Jack. So I don't think they're going to ban either of them. Maybe it's a Rel ban that comes in here. Although they can just pick Alistar if they'd like to. Preferring not to think about how Carrier looked on the champion last time around. Renekton is going to be banned, and now Dundun just gets to play as Jax, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see if they opt to pick it on 4, or they want more information to see if they leave it till later. I do think having the support counter pick could be really valuable, so it would make a lot of sense to me. Just if you're confident in the Jax set, you want to take it now. We haven't really seen any particular matchups that have made it difficult there, but looks like they want to prioritize the Rel, wanting a bit more engage with the rest of the composition. And now T1, I think no matter what,
Rumble Alistar, I would say, is going to come through here.
Pretty safe.
That is a lot of power, and of course, there is a happy Huni. He is sitting, waiting, ready to be on the space, ready to talk about how Zeus plays the Rumble. As that is Gragas. What's happening? Where am I?
Makes sense, honestly, into the Rel.
Ooh, or is it Annie's support?
No, I think the Gragas in the Rel is pretty good. You can belly boop when she goes to the engages. Also, she does go in, you can just knock away. But gonna go for the Alistar instead. So looks like you're spot on. And we've seen the Rumble rise in priority since the mini rework he had, changes to his heat and his damage and stuff like that. But also a pretty good early matchup in a Jax. But if you do fall behind, if you do get punished, you will lose in the side lane super hard.
It's also blind, so the Cassante is what Dundun's going to pick up. I don't like that as much. It feels like Nongshim now are highly indexed into magic damage, assuming Jiwoo is going to go for the largely AP build plus a Rage Blade. So it could mean that T1 can build a bunch of Merc Treads and then just be kind of K, but they don't have a lot of tanks.
But we have seen this build be popular recently, where you go Kraken Slayer, Navori, Morphmal, Mortius.
Oh, that's cool.
It's been really popular on AD carries like Xayah, where you just want that big chunk of raw AD, and you're playing into like heavy AP, so definitely could see that come out. And obviously, Kai'Sa can go towards more AD later in the build, like going Ginsu's third and then picking up more AD options, but that's super late into the build, and early on, you're going to have Shiv Nashers, which is, you know, a lot of AP damage.
Yep, it's going to be mainly magic. Nongshim, a well-rounded composition here. Dundun very happily on his Cassante, but the power level of Rumble is very high at the moment. Vi is top of the tier list still. Of course, hasn't received her nerfs because we are still on 13-12. And Alistar is fantastic into the Rel. We'll just have to see whether T1's coordination and teamwork has improved without Faker from last week, because that is where a lot of the doubts have started to arise. And Poby, of course, he has played the Annie before, but not to great success here in the LCK. And it's into Fiesta's Azir. There is a lot of comfort here on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and I think ultimately they have the tools to do it, but we've seen T1 really struggle, even with the tools available to them.
It's true. We'll just have to see how it is as we hop onto the Rift for Game 1. Wow. When I heard that T1 cheer, I was like, oh man, is there anyone here that's representing Nongshim? As it turns out, there's quite a few of them, and it was relatively loud. So we've got some Noodle enjoyers, and we've got some T1 enjoyers here in Lolpark. Of course, generally it is split down the middle. There is, you buy tickets for one team, and you buy tickets for the other team. But it's often just a resounding T1 for the majority of the time. As Fiesta experimenting with some more Teemo emotes. As Pope, I'm not... Super Galaxy Annie is not my favorite.
What is your favorite?
Reverse.
Yeah, that's fair.
100%. There's absolutely no... Like, I don't know why you would ever want to not throw down Annie instead of Tibbers.
Yeah, what's your, like, upper tier, though?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like your top tier Annie skins, like, aside from Reverse. What are ones up there?
Ooh,
I like Anniversary. You know,
Anniversary is
big
good.
Teemo.
I do also like Prom Queen Annie, just because Tib is in a tuxedo is adorable.
I think that's the thing. Tibbers is so regularly available, has so much uptime, and Annie's model is so small that I feel like it's more about the Tibbers than it is about the Annie.
I also like Frostfire because Tibbers has that really cute scarf. I'm a fan of the cute scarf. I think Annie's got some great... I like Franken Tibbers as well.
Yeah.
That's a really good skin. Extraordinarily old now. I think that was one of the first Hallow's End, or that was the second Hallow's End that ever happened. Same one with Bewitching Nidalee. That was a really, really good Hallow's End, not gonna lie. Anyway, we've got some laning here towards the bottom side as Jiwoo trying to get aggressive. Does not quite find the Akathian Rain towards Keria and Gumayusi down here.
Yeah, Peter opting to remount there. Often you can use the remount to go in, but now looking for an angle.
Yeah, level 2 does come down. There's the flash out from Keria. Doesn't want to get hit by the stun. Gumayusi, good sidestep on the Void Seeker, but already a lot of dominance being asserted by the bottom lane of Nongshim here.
Yeah, I felt like a little bit of misexecution from Keria there, using his Q, I believe, before the engage came in. Does get punished for it, flash down, means potential setup for a gank going forwards. But ultimately, Alistair level 1, you're not really contesting that anyway, so not too huge of a deal. And does get access to that Hex Splash.
True, and that is, in some people's opinion, mainly mine, an upgrade. To be perfectly honest, it means you can just charge it all the time and have a really good time. So it should be okay. Dundun going to deal with this wave being perpetually shoved towards him. Currently down 3 CS if he manages to get all of these. So far doing all right in that department. Does have to wait for the turret to help with one of those minions and misses one of them. So it's going to be down 4. But this is to be expected, right? You're expecting the Rumble in this case to be in a pretty good spot. Super Galaxy in 2 lanes. So I do like the fact that we have
the synergy
between the solo lanes. That is good.
Especially, you know, with Poby being new to the roster, I think having that synergy in skins, very positive to see. Maybe something they practice in skins, in scrims. Losing my mind.
Yes, scrims, my favorite British teen drama.
Yeah.
As T1, they do find each other, the 2 junglers. It is going to be some shove. Oh, Dundun. Yeah, he's going to have to flash. He's like, I'll push you away and then run away as fast as I possibly can. That is precisely what's going to happen. So Zeus gets a free flash there towards the top side, where 1 flash apiece on both sides as Peter's crashing around all over the place. Gumayusi fighting with Jiwoo here, and the Void Seeker's not going to land. Means a big victory. And so far, just pure laning prowess seems to be going the way of T1.
Doing pretty solidly, and we do see Dundun teleporting back up top. A little bit of MR picked up. One thing is Zeus is having an excellent time in this lane, but he is pushing pretty much the entire time, as you kind of expect from Rumble. Oh, Sylvie is spotted. That's actually really big, because I think Sylvie was trying to loop round and look for a potential gank. Into Sejuani Cassante, there is so much lockdown that if you are overextended, you're just gone. Yep,
that is very true. And Rumble is going to be pushed all the time. So we'll see how Zeus is going to play this one out, because you have to keep doing it, right? You have to keep applying that pressure. We will hear from Huni that if Zeus isn't always on the other side of the map, he's doing it wrong. That is how it goes. But does need to be careful, making sure that he does have awareness of where Sylvie is as often as he possibly can. Right now, going to go back, look for that first item buy, see how close to Sork Shoes he is, and he's going to be able to collect that as item number 1. That is definitely pretty good grades as far as the early laning phase for a Rumble. Being able to go back and get yourself some shoes feels real nice. And as you can see, he's doing a lot of damage, cutting through.
Yeah, I think the damage is big, but also just having that early movement speed means you can just run at your opponent with the Flame Spitter and they won't be able to outpace you. Also good for evading ganks. I think a lot of people don't really think about the movement speed aspect of Boost. You know, it's often about the fact that like Ninja Tabi reduce damage, Merc Treads the CC, but just getting that early MS a massive factor in lanes like this. And no TP on Dundun, so he's probably going to end up missing the cannon here.
Ooh, it's a dangerous time. He is going to try and dash his way over, but it's also plates going over to Zeus as well. He is going to collect at least one of them. Yeah, exactly. And he's just doing so much work. Overheats. Dundun's going to be able to get in range, I think, of the experience. But you can see that Zeus doesn't actually use the ultimate, wants to hold on to that one in case he has to use it defensively. Ona moving here towards this bottom side, and T1 developing a lot of control in this game in the early stages.
Good return to form, honestly, from Zeus. I feel like, you know, a big thing with BK not being there is we've talked a lot about how, like, they've looked worse on, like, map setups, on, like, lane assignments, but even the individual play has been a struggle. Obviously not necessarily related to their mid lane and not being there. But now we see T1 setting up for this dragon.
Yeah, Sylvie's sort of wandering in there pretty casually, as we can see. Dundun by himself towards the top side as the Rumble moves towards the mid lane. That should mean that T1 are just guaranteed this dragon. They will be able to collect it there. Owner with the pickup. Very nicely done. Next dragon going to be Hextech. So quite a few options. We're going to need both of us to concentrate. Me on getting Cloud Soul and you on not getting Chemtech.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
But yeah, it's actually really nicely done. The fact that Zeus, he does lose a bit of his lead in the top lane, but moving down, providing that cover in the mid lane, ensuring that Nongshim cannot contest the dragon, because if the Rumble turns up, you just lose. And all in all, a positive play. Early Ocean Dragon as well, pretty impactful in the laning phase. I'd honestly say out of all the dragons, Ocean is the best to have in lane. Obviously, it doesn't really hold up later on.
Ooh, Gio gonna have to cleanse here pretty early. And loses half of his health bar as well. Gumayusi playing quite aggressively, even on items here between these two AD carries, but Gumayusi just catching him napping there, sitting on top of the feathers. Still, no first blood yet, only 300 gold in it, approximately. And Dundun getting a bit of respite in trade for that dragon. Definitely good news. Nongshim probably looking, as far as these drafts are concerned, at more of a mid to late game aim. For Nongshim's draft, a little bit more front to back, although they do have a Kai'Sa for potential dive. You look at an Azir and you're always pretty happy to go towards the honest to goodness 5v5s. And T1, their comp does so well in the mid game. Equalizer, Tibbers, a lot of burning people, and just a lot of value that you can pick up there. So we'll just see where T1 is going to put on the pressure, because this team in their heyday was just so good at pushing leads. Right now, they are creating some advantages around this map, but Nongshim are holding on.
But it's nice to see the Alistar moving up towards mid, Carrier trying to show presence there. They get the pressure towards the top side, so they can take Herald. We did see Peter match, but again, I think the state of this top lane, the fact is Zeus is pretty consistently having Prio. They opt not to contest it, and they will get this Raptor Camp as a consolation prize, but T1 really doing a good job of constantly applying that pressure. Now with the Herald in hand, can look to extend it, but in return we see red buff taken as well here, and Ono will discover this.
Yeah,
might actually
walk over the control ward. He's
they're just backing away.
Yeah, Sylvie and Peter are just going to leave the area. Carrier's moving up, wanting to defend the potential red and the potential escape that they were going to try and make after taking it. So pretty subdued play there. It's not exactly what you want to see out of Nongshim. I think they could have probably just taken that one away with the advantage that they had, but not full information gained by the young team, so they are not going to take the added risk.
And, you know, as much as like there's elements of Nongshim's comp which hold up well later in the game, I think if you fall behind, it feels so painful when you're so heavily AP, because enemy team's able to go for like luxury MR items in that situation after that core build. So T1 having the momentum here, obviously rough for Nongshim. The gold lead's not too big now, but I kind of want to see how this Herald is used. I do think when there's an Azir on the other side and a Shiv Kai'Sa, that taking down mid tier 1 is going to be a challenge. So I think Herald in mid probably makes the most sense in my mind.
I would agree. The old take the first Herald, put it in the mid lane, and then finish it off with the second one.
The double whammy.
Yeah, it's a good way to do it. Get Shelly and Shirley working in tandem. As Dundun just trying to find some sort of lane presence here. Hasn't really been able to at all. However, he's holding on. You know, only 10 CS is going to be the gap between these two. That is fine. Negatron Cloak now completed. We'll see how the build is going to develop as well for Dundun. I'm hoping that there is still just a Sunfire Cape that's involved in some way.
Sylvie's already working on his, so...
Yeah, good. You need more magic damage. When you're fully indexed into magic damage, you just need to make sure that you can buy more magic damage.
I will say, though, Abyssal Mask...
Oh, the value.
Very high value in this situation. I love that a lot of the jungle builds we've seen for tanks is just like Sunfire, Abyssal Mask, Evan Shroud. It's like Sunfire and 2 amp items.
You love to see it. Owner going to look for Sylvie here. Cease and Desist is going to be available as Sylvie's just pushed out of his jungle. Now a potential dive onto Dundun could happen, but he is Cassante, and he has all of those things that Showmaker says, and there's a lot of them.
There is so many.
Yeah. So not going to opt in for it, just going to move back towards the mid lane, and there is that Rift Herald that we were talking about. So Shelly will be able to grab that charge, unless Peter can stop it. No, it looks like she will just be able to get into position, go for that little charge. And they should be able to claim a couple of plates here as well. Poby also going to get the money. Definitely good news for T1. He's trying to stretch this gold lead towards the 1,000 mark. Static Shift is now done for Jiwoo, but we also have the Kraken Slayer up for Gumayusi. Second Drake might be a point of contention for both of these teams. We have a look in at the gold. Slight lead for Nongshim on the bottom side, but otherwise it's all coming up T1.
Yep, getting the plates there as well. Obviously low on the tower health, a big thing, but also pushing them ahead a bit. Do feel like T1, they just got a reset there for Ona. He's managed to pick up the Divine Sundra, so a pretty big spike there. And honestly, I don't feel like Nongshim really have much item-wise. Obviously the Shiv is okay, but I think the Kraken Slayer more impactful in these early fights. And you know, Dundon's gone for this early force of nature just to try and mitigate the pressure that Zeus has in lane. But if we do end up in a team fight, I feel like Zeus is just the base damage of the Equalizer will make such a big difference.
No, I agree. Also means that Gumayusi could theoretically just cut through him. There's not a lot of armor right now. No shoes either. Dundon is walking barefoot around the top lane. As Poby's going to come on over, there is a control ward in this brush, and it looks like Nongshim are looking for a fight. Teleport in from both of these top laners, and in goes Ona. The flash out from Fiesta, though, and there is the equalizer, but First Blood goes over to Jiwoo. Dundon is burning down, needs to flash, but is going to be able to escape. And now Nongshim are looking for even more. Tibbers is going to be taken out. And T1, is there anything left in the tank to fight this one more time? No teleport from Dundon. So it's an honest 4v4, but still, T1 are going to back away, and Nongshim win the first team fight.
Just a complete overstep from Ona there, trying to catch out Fiesta, but it's Nazir, so mobile, still had the flash available, and the follow-up just wasn't there. You know, this is a composition where you have the Equalizer, the Tibbers, the Alistair as well, and we saw such a disconnect in that engage from T1. We'll see the replay here, so yeah, Ona sees an opportunity to hit Fiesta, goes in for it. Carrier goes for Jiwoo at the same time, though. It's so split.
Yeah, it's just a split call. Ona and Carrier trying to take control at the same time. And a split call is never the way. You know, the wrong decision made by everyone is better than multiple right decisions made in different directions.
Yeah, oftentimes it's just about being on the same page. And I think a big factor as well was both Fiesta and Jiwoo having flashes available. I think that would have gone probably quite differently if they were able just to flash out of the initial engages. But yeah, definitely a bit of a mistake. And the trajectory, I feel, of this game, definitely a bit askew now after that. Obviously, T1 hoping to have had that second dragon, could be looking towards an early Mountain Soul. No longer the case now. And I will say Mountain Soul pretty big in this one. Nongshim have two big tanks. But T1 also, if you get that extra shield, it's so good against the Kai'Sa poke.
Something Cassante scaling. Something. Seems pretty good to me.
Seems pretty solid.
Well, rock solid. Malphite? Malphite would also have been really good. It gives him more armor.
True, but not so much in a Rumble.
Yes, because he's Malphited to Rumble. Not a whole lot of fun. Ona over here looking for Shirley. They should be able to collect this. Looks like there's not going to be a lot of contest because Sylvie is very interested in Ona's red buff. He is finally going to be able to take it away from him.
Yeah.
Yep. And Fiesta pushing Poby out of this lane. And it looks like this whole wave is going to be taken as well. Sylvie on the bottom side just means that Poby cannot step up. That is going to be the Krugs taken down. T1 now going to be able to move the Rift Herald in mid though, so Jiwoo not going to be defending this one by himself. They were trying to race, trying to get themselves that first turret, but T1, with the help of Shirley, will easily be able to do this.
Oh, they get
also sparing the health bar. You love to see it. Sylvie moves down. Peter Hex flashing over. Zeus, he's here threatening the equalizer, and that will mean that she does manage to get that extra charge. No turret to be taken down outside of the outer. Still, definitely a good move here for T1 to open up the map. You mentioned trying to take that mid-outer turret is potentially difficult into the Azir and the wave clear of the Kai'Sa. They're not going to be as much of an issue now because it's already dead.
Yep, good move. And now you can kind of deep push the mid-wave and start to rotate in the enemy jungle and threaten those side lane towers. I feel like the pace hasn't been super fast in this game, right? We're at 16 minutes, there's only been one kill. But you can see T1 trying to make the map movements to push the pace forwards, which I think is important for them.
Absolutely. And it's not quite the pace that we expect from this team and the swift decision-making that they have made in the past, but it definitely looks better than what we were seeing in the previous series, which was a lot of chaos that T1 didn't necessarily benefit from.
Yeah.
I think the more they can slow it down and try and, you know, think together and make these decisions slowly, the better it is going to be. But I hope that they can get themselves onto the same page in these team fights as well.
And that's a big thing, because when you have a composition like T1's, it is all going to come down to those team fights. Having so many engaged tools, having the layered damage of like the Equalizer and the Tibbers. Coordination is going to be key, and that's something that I'd say really has been lacking the most for this roster in recent weeks.
Is the departure of Faker. And a little bit before that as well, you have to say.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, is obviously, clearly Faker not being on the roster, there's a visible difference that everyone can see. But they...
Oh dear, there's a crash down. They do get the flash out of Poby, but the immediate Glacial Prison comes on in. But that is going to be a cease and desist onto Sylvie. He is looking to try and escape. The Equalizer going to be flashed out of. And now K'Sante finds the backline, but the backline finds him. And he's just obliterated. We've equalized the kills here. As T1, 35 seconds until this first Mountain Drake.
Yeah, big response there. Everyone coming in, and a lot of ults not going to be available for this next team fight as a result, but it's going to be pretty even in terms of them. You know, Jiwoo and Fiesta still have theirs. Gumisi has his Blade Caller available, but a very hectic, almost rushed fight coming out. Nongshim saw the opportunity for a pick, weren't quite able to execute them. We'll see a replay. Poby just kind of caught out here. They're able to flash the initial engage, and then no one's actually hitting Poby here. The W from Jiwoo is blocked by the blue buff, and then it starts to get a little bit messy. The Equalizer coming in is in a beautiful spot to cut off the rest of the team, and Dundun, yeah, a little bit isolated.
Yeah, sometimes you go all out and it doesn't pay off, but at least, you know, he gave it his all. He went all out, it's fine. We're not going to judge Dundun. That's his first death of the game, and it has looked worse than that. The previous series, definitely an example. There is that Mountain Drake that we were talking about. We'll go over to T1 here as a teleport towards the top side. Poby trying to make his way up. Peter still shadowing, hasn't really found too many opportunities, but he always seems to be there, which is certainly good news.
Yeah, I mean, right place, right time is important as a support, but yeah, it really hasn't seen too much action. We had that early flash burn from Kerry in the laning phase, and then both teams have kind of just been trying to play the map as good as they can. Obviously, T1 does have that lead still from taking that first tower, now with the second Dragon in pocket, very nice. But still kind of feels like a very slow-paced game, which is uncharacteristic from what we expect of T1, but probably for the best based on recent T1 gameplay.
That's what we were kind of talking about. The slow it down, be a little bit systematic, talk things over, that sort of thing. Could be working out as Poby going to move over and grab himself his own version of the blue buff. And Kerry is just slapping wards around towards this topside river. I was checking solo queues, and I might have to hold that thought for a moment, as Dundun is looking for Zeus. That Equalizer going to do nothing here, but Zeus is just going to burn him down. Sometimes you just get really, really hot and auto-attack stuff, and you win.
I love how, like, Dundun's dashing around, you know, flashing over.
Doing so many things.
And Zeus is just, like, burning him, just tearing around. Like, yep.
That's hands-off keyboard. You're like having a drink while you've right-clicked him, and as long as the flame spit is still going, you just kill him.
Yep, that's what you need to do. The Demonic Embrace, obviously a lot of percentage HP burn, decent amount of value. And also, I think the big thing with the Demonic Embrace is it makes you so bulky in that situation. Obviously, K'Sante pretty good at just blowing up squishies when he ults, but took a lot more damage than I think Dundun was banking on to get Zeus low there.
Yeah, didn't quite work out. Losing your resistances into a Rumble as well feels real bad. And we're going to have a look at it one more time, which is sad for Dundun, as the Equalizer went wide, and I was thinking, oh, that is a fair bit of value. But it you know, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
What did he mean by the flash?
You know, I think he just wanted to show he's really trying. He put everything into it. He went all out.
Ah, that does make sense. That does help with my immersion for him being K'Sante, you know?
It feels like a very Dundun move, if I'm going to be honest. You know, some players would just accept, right, I don't think I'm winning this, I'll save the flash. But Dundun's like, no, I have to know.
Yeah.
If I use everything, would I have... No, you wouldn't have won.
Yeah.
But it's a learning experience. So the next time he looks for an all-in, probably soon.
Ooh, there is a flash pulverize onto Sylvie. He's looking to try and run his way out. It's a decent Magnet Storm, but no follow-up here from Peter, as Blade Caller is going to do a lot of damage. Owner is just dead once again, though, as Carrier finds yet another one. A great Equalizer. Look at the AoE, and look at Zeus. He's just back in, destroying everyone. Zeus, this is the guy that we missed from last week. Where have you been? Oh, it doesn't matter. We're just glad that he's back. That is going to be the triple. The ace comes through. And T1 will look for a Baron. Man, this Rumble champion's pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty strong. And I'm going to be real. T1 still looking like they have some issues with coordination. The team fights. Owner just going way too deep. But they have their secret weapon, which is Zeus just pressing his buttons.
He does it pretty well, too.
Pretty solid, yeah. Ends up being like a bit of a scattered one. Peter buys all the time, and Ona ends up so deep here in this situation. Looks positive for Nongshim at first with this equalizer on top of the Alistair combo. And look at the... What is that damage?
Oh, that was absurd. Was that a... That was a Tibbers, right? On top of the equalizer, on top of the Flame Spitter, and everything. Was there a Blade Caller there as well, or was that just the 2 AP? I don't know. It was a large amount of damages. Okay,
yeah, it was the Feather Pull. The Tibber was actually on the Azir.
Yeah, so it was the Blade Caller.
Xayah Rumble combo.
And look, this was a tried and true one from back in the day. As Poby may die here. I think that it's going to be, tough for him to get out of that one.
You know, really good move from Nongshim. Often when teams reset, they get a Baron, they come back out, they try and set up all the waves, maybe a bit wide, and Nongshim just find an opportunity where Poby's walking up solo. This will really delay T1's ability to push and make things happen with this Baron. They might even go for this tier 2 here, get an objective bounty as well would be massive.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get it. There's a Siege Minion, so that is going to be bounty money. That is going to mean a negative Baron power play. Keeping their heads on their shoulders. Nongshim here, really nicely done. Keria going to come on over and scry them. And is it going to mean that we equalize the Drakes as well? Zeus is here. Okay, that's a Flash Prison. They want to try and take him down, but Keria is there to defend. Jiwoo going to be taken down, and now Sylvie, nothing he can do against Zeus and Ona, but mainly Zeus. Poby's going to teleport in, avoids the Q from Dundun there quite nicely, finds himself a little bit of a cone there, and once again the Cassante is by himself. And there's not a whole lot that he's going to be able to do. He could have gone all out, but that was not the time to do it. A teleport from the Pigeon, and headbutt not going to be enough. And he just heads towards the top side of the map. Peter will probably die. Does avoid the Vault Breaker, though, so he can say that he at least had that one. And that is actually some more money going over to Nongshim. Magnus Storm comes in. Owner is trying to kill him, and he will be able to do it. The Ignite's still ticking.
Very close.
Yeah, not too bad there from Peter. I think you can say that he almost got him.
He went all out. Dundun didn't this time.
No.
Peter went all out.
Thankfully, Peter had his back. That's what you expect from your teammates. If you can't go all out, make sure you have someone there who can.
Yeah, and again, this was good play from Nongshim. Just catching Poby, kind of disrespecting, pushing up with Baron. But the problem is, yes, they get this, but you know, the theory of this play isn't too bad. Kill Zeus immediately so you can't one-shot your team. But the follow-up just isn't there, you know. We see Dundun knocked away, so he can't do anything. Fiesta isn't near enough to get the damage down. And this is a 2-carry composition. You really need them hitting a target if you want them to go down quickly.
As Keria taking a bit of damage here towards the top side, but he will just remove them from the area. Zaya's going to be able to take down. Okay. Just sometimes you want to press your equalizer button. You know, if you ever had that feeling where you're just
the numbers there.
I just want to press R.
Yeah, get the damage numbers up.
Yeah, no, I like it. And also, it's on about a 25-second cooldown at this point in time as well. Yeah. 3 items done: Night Harvester, as well as that Demonic Embrace and a Void Staff. Yes, I'd try to avoid Zeus, I think.
Yeah, I think part of the issue as well is that, again, Nongshim have a 2-carry composition. All they need to do is just dump like Violed with Equalizer on top on one of those carries, and then you have a 1-carry composition.
That is true, and that is half the carries gone.
Yep. And then they still have like Alistair, they still have like Annie.
Yeah.
Then there is 0-carry composition.
Yes. That would, yeah. As soon as Jiwoo then dies as well, then yeah. Not a great time as Equalizer comes down. Fiesta once again burning. And that is the wave taken down as well, so that means that T1 able to sit up next to this turret. They will be able to take that one down. No Baron left remaining. That one's going to be up again in 2 minutes' time. 3 minutes on Mountain Soul for T1.
You don't really think of Rumble as a poke champion, but sometimes it just works.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just drop burning fire on them.
Equalizer can be used very, very, it's got a lot of different uses.
A lot of flexibility. I also like the fact that we're seeing like the the early Void Staff, well, not super early, but the Void Staff coming out from Zeus. We did talk about how it was, how obviously there was a decent amount of AP on Nongshim, but also T1 have an AP solo lane as well, have a decent amount of AP. So getting the early Void Staffs in case, you know, in situations like Dunder, opting for that early Force of Nature, going to be able to take it out. And yeah, we just saw those damage numbers. Pause for a second, that's a lot.
That is a lot. It's more than double the next guy on the list. It's pretty good. I'd say that Zeus is probably in pretty good position for a POG. I don't get a vote, so I don't necessarily know. I haven't received a voting certificate yet. I don't have any qualification when it comes to voting.
But we can judge of what you would have voted. And
I would have probably voted for Zeus.
Yeah, I think that's solid. I think that's a good vote.
It's not too bad. I mean, it took a lot of thinking to get there.
4-level lead as well. They're just really confirming that Zeus is the right vote. You know, sometimes it's a bit contentious as to who's going to be the POG. They're just really solidifying he is that guy.
Yeah, they're hammering it home. This is like the did you watch the game test? Because if you don't vote for Zeus in this one, then you didn't watch the game. As Nongshim now waiting under their inner turret here towards the top side. It's not over till it's over, but it's pretty close to over, is where I'm at.
Yeah, Carrier just...
There's another Equalizer. It really likes Fiesta. The Equalizer really a big fan of the Pigeon. Down to 50% right now. Hasn't gone for the crown. And of course, I don't know whether we necessarily would have liked it if he did, because you can't just throw harpoons,
you know,
Equalizers.
I didn't get to see if that was Carrier's Hex Flash or his actual Flash.
I think it's the same thing though.
Well, he did kind of Hex Flash. If it was a Hex Flash into the wall and then Q, not a big deal. But if he did just flash into the wall and Q, not great. But probably not going to have a huge impact in this game, but not ideal. But yeah. I think that's the thing, you just like it has the same noise, so if you weren't specifically looking...
Yeah, true.
But I do think it might have actually been his real flash.
Well, luckily for Carrier, I missed it completely. So it's fine. To me, it never happened. As Dindin has less health than Zeus, which is a bit sad. He's about to get Flame Horizoned as well.
And he's 4 levels down.
And 1.5 items, full items, is the advantage. The rumble is quite large, is what we're trying to illustrate here, and I think that we've got the point across. I think T1
like that,
also have.
You know that TFT set where you'd have like the mecha, and you get like the...
Yeah, that was the last one, right? Yeah. That is Zeus. And he's also got a relatively mecha skin as well. Also, he's rumble, so I guess he's in a mecha. Does make some sense there. As we got some flashes flying in. There's a headbutt pole onto Sylvie. He's trying to get himself out of their Magnet Storm. They just dive on top of the Rumble. This time it's going to work. He gets the Equalizer out, but it doesn't do anything. Void Seeker comes in. And Nongshim, they've managed to find so much of the damage. Like 50% of the game's damage is now dead. Can they actually take this Baron, though, is the question. There are still carries left remaining onto T1. Carrier uses his Unbreakable Will, but the Baron, they are still taking it down. Owner in the area, but there it is. The Baron's going to be taken. They get the Feather Storm. Emperor's Divide's going to be flashed, though, as now Gumushi trying to get these auto attacks down. Fiesta going to get taken. The Blade Caller is big. Gumushi now trying to get the autos in, but it's Jiwoo that locks it down. The Supercharger comes forward, and now Gumushi's in trouble. Beautiful Arctic Assault. And Nongshim, they are going to win the team fight. Owner, can he escape? I don't know whether he's going to be able to. No volts to break over there. As Carrier, can he taxi his way over? That would have been cute. Hex Flash going to get him back towards his jungler. And it's 3 for 3 in the end. So honestly, it's even. But the Baron goes to Nongshim.
Yeah, it's going to be Soul, though, it looks like, for T1, unless he can get back there in time. But here, just, yeah, not the best play. Poby super slow with a flash. They opt to go on the Sejuani, not a great call. And then Nongshim spot Zeus. They take the Rumble out of the equation. The Equalizer only hits Peter. Great play there. And then here, T1 still trying to contest without the Rumble. We do see moments like Gumushi avoiding the Emperor's Divide. Really nice here. But Jiwoo is just untouched. And honestly, I feel like if he had more mana, he would have cleaned up this whole fight.
No, I agree. It was also definitely slightly scary to go in between all of these feathers to try and take down Gumushi, but wasn't enough there. And as we can see now, it is Mountain Soul on T1, but it is still a 3,000 Baron power play here for Nongshim. That's got themselves back within touching distance. And Jiwoo's also got a really cool hat, a stopwatch there as well, sitting in the back pocket. His Kaiser is quite large,
we actually haven't seen T1 pick up much magic resist at all. You know, the expectation was to pick up quite a bit, but if we look across the board, the only Merc Treads is on Owner. No one else has really actually bought a magic resist item, surprisingly enough, so...
And when the only magic resist item is one Merc Treads, that's not really magic resist item, you know?
Yeah.
It's not really fitting the bill.
And especially when you have triple mountain, like any magic resist item you buy...
is so much more effective, yeah.
Yeah, so... Not too sure about that decision coming out from the side of T1, but the extra shield will help against the Kai'Sa poke. Obviously refreshing when you're out of combat for a bit. But Nongshim trying to make the most and finally break that tier 1 mid, which has been up for such a long time.
No, exactly. And you can see the wave actually getting held by Ona here, quite frustrating, but Nongshim will be able to get some alone time with this turret as Zeus looking for Dundun. He does manage to find a Q. Equalizer going to get dashed out of the way of, and Dundun says, oh, that's how I do it. I just try not to get hit by all of the buttons.
It took him 5 deaths, but he's learnt it now.
Exactly. Normally it takes 7, though, so he's improving. There we go.
I always just feel like it is just learning from experience whenever Dundun plays these games. Just, you know, oh, that didn't go well, cool, let's try it again, and we'll adjust, we'll tweak.
No, exactly.
Very scientific.
And he's like, I have 5 times more experience now of dying in awkward situations to learn from.
Yeah, it's like when you're in science class in school and you just like drop things in chemicals or mix them up and you're like, oh yeah, so this kind of exploded my face. Yeah. Let's try this one instead. Yeah. Here's your hypothesis. Yeah. And he's getting some good conclusions.
And if you leave the class and your face hasn't melted off, then it was a good class.
Well, I think Dundun's face melted quite a few times.
Ooh, is that why he purchased the Abyssal Mask? To hide his melted face?
Might work quite well.
Yeah.
But also, you know, we were talking about the lack of MR. The Abyssal Mask removes like a flat amount of magic resist, so...
Well, actually, like, look at his items. He's got gloves, he's got the hazmat suit, Force of Nature, he's got the mask now, and he's got the gumboots. He is well and truly protected.
Yeah.
He could go into space.
Is it a full suit with the Force of Nature? Because I don't think he's wearing any pants.
Well, it's a robe. Well, and you just can't see the fact that it comes with
Although,
pants.
to be fair, it does build out of the moon-winged plates, whatever.
Yeah, it builds out of pants. How can you not build pants when it builds out of pants? You're going to knit those pants into a top? No.
Maybe. It's creative.
No, I mean, it is creative. You just turn the legs into arms, I guess. There's got to be a very strange way to make that one work. We can see the gold difference over time here has moved back towards Nongshim somewhat. But T1, they still have themselves. Seoul, 4,000 gold lead. The game's still in their hands. And they also have a gigantic Rumble, who doesn't have a stopwatch.
Yeah, just have a Rabadon, so going for the full damage, but... You know what? This is starting to feel like it might come down to an Elder flip.
I can hear Valdez in the back of my mind talking about this item that's really good, that allows you to go golden and avoid damage. Quite some time, as we're going to check out Jack.
That one.
As Jiwoo is just, he needs, look, I love that. You get the value out of your stopwatch by looking cool in the fountain before turning it into a Zhonya's.
It's just for the observers. It's so unnecessary, and yet he does it, you know?
Oh, it's so good. So good.
It was actually just to demonstrate your point.
Yeah. And imagine having a composition that only has magic damage and he doesn't have to build Void Stuff. Because there's only a Hex Drinker that has only just been purchased. And Ona now has the pants that can turn into Force of Nature. But he's only got the pants.
Yeah, now they're starting to build some magic resist. So T1 got the memo.
Yep.
But 20 seconds on Baron, a minute 20 on Elder. I don't think you get to complete those items before the game's over.
And I think that we'll see. T1, 10 seconds until this Baron is going to spawn. Elder in 1 minute time. This is Exodia available for T1 as Void Ticket will find Gumayusi, who needs more than a Hex Drinker, I think. Just maybe not getting hit by those is going to be better. As Peter finds a bit of a stun onto Ona. Poby looking for a flank angle. Sundisk has been put up in the mid lane. And there is the Glacial Prison. They just want to get out the ultimate from Carrier, but they'll trade it for Sylvie's. And Ona now in position as well. Zeus is the scary one. They do need to pay attention, but Gumayusi, if they are too busy trying to take down Zeus, Gumayusi will kill all of them. So it's a difficult equation to try and work out. Okay, Owner is going to press that cease and desist button. They look for the backline as Jiwoo's going to survive. They take down Poby. Fiesta just barely goes golden to buy a few extra seconds. And Jiwoo going to have to go back here. T1 move back towards the Baron. They don't have their mid laner, but I mean, that's kind of been the state of this team for the last little while. And they will be able to take the Baron here. They can now move over towards the Elder Drake as well, as Nongshim are setting themselves up to try and have a defense.
Yeah, Fiesta is up about 6 seconds after Poby. They both have teleport, but that might be the difference maker. Elder's going to be the big one. The Baron, you know, the stats are nice, but I feel like it's not going to play that much of a part. It's all down to this fight.
Certainly is. They do have a teleport from Poby, but it's still 15 seconds away as Dundun just getting destroyed. These feathers are so dangerous as now Owner taking a lot of damage, but he's going to flash forward. Jiwoo needs to use the Zhonya's, but the rest of his team has been eradicated. And T1, they will be able to put together the Exodia if they would like to, but instead I think they'll just destroy a Nexus and move on towards game number 2.
You know what? They get the win in the end. It took quite a bit of time, and obviously Nongshim put up a decent fight considering the fact that T1 had such a big lead. T1 should just be able to close it out here. Poby looking forward, has Flash and Stun available. I think if they just blow up Fiesta, game's over.
Certainly should be. Fiesta does not have his Zhonya's back available. Just going to use this one wave. There's the Pulverize. Carrier goes for the flash forward. Dundun burning down. Tivers running after him in mecha form there as well, as the Equalizer is going to be thrown down on top of Fiesta again, much like it has all game long. He gets to the fountain, but the Nexus, it can't get there. It will be taken down, and T1 win their first game in quite some time. Yeah, after the consecutive 0-2 losses last week, a much better look from them, although it was a very long game.
Yep, there was definitely mistakes. I think goes without saying. I think if you compare this to what we've expected of T1 over the last couple of years, it would be a disappointing performance. But the thing is, we have to benchmark them based on the recent series. Yeah, this was better. You know, Zeus was looking a lot more on form. There were still some issues with the coordination. But Gumayusi and Zeus, I think in particular, definitely stepped up in this one.
I think, Zeus, if he performs like that, it doesn't really matter who else is there. That Rumble performance, you saw what happened. Like, Nongshim managed to get a team fight purely because they picked it. They managed to do that, and they potentially had a shot, but they had to use so many resources in order to try and do it. We're going to have a look at the damage once again. Gumayusi, towards the end of the game, was able to get a fair bit in there, but that, 31k for Zeus. I think he's got MVP written next to his name if I was to have a look at the website afterwards. Let's just say that. Yeah.
I think it's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, I reckon it's a pretty safe bet.
Maybe a sprinkle of votes for Gumayusi, maybe?
No. No, if it's not 11 out of 11, then the people that didn't vote for Zeus didn't watch the series.
Fair enough.
That's where my money's at, but we'll just have to see. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
스피한 할까요?
나 프로공 돼.
공 10초.
나 20초.
얘네 딜 좀 부족하긴 해. 카이스 W 없으나. 딜하자.
들어가자. 나 05초야 이거.
팔사 공 없다 그랬지.
나 8초.
나 90초.
나 05초. 나 세주 마크는 돼. B는 좀 애매해. 일단 앞라인 천천히 쳐봐.
앞라인 쳐볼게 앞라인 쳐볼게
해봐, 썬바드.
나 아래 볼게 아래 볼게
아래 보자, 아래.
내 노플이야 카이사치 볼게
세주 잡았어, 세주 잡았어. 카이사. 먹어도 될 듯? 초식에 있다.
카이사
바텀 끝내자. 얘부터. 바텀.
나이스.
생각하면 되겠다.
아지를 살아나긴 한다
잘했다.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to The Space. I'm Valdez. With me is Huni and Wolf today, and we are going to be breaking down that game number 1 between T1 and Nongshim. Was a bit of a crazy back-and-forth one that T1 eventually did pick up. What did you guys think about this?
It was not close, but it was also not clean, is I think the way that I would describe T1's victory here, because while Zeus did gap Dundun so hard that he had such a massive lead, he was able to then basically win every team fight single-handedly by himself. The rest of T1, not always on the same page, and the composition we were talking about, if we take a look at the draft, it seems pretty easy to just chain these ultimates together and win team fights. In reality, a little bit tougher for T1 this time around.
It didn't really happen frequently. Like, probably that's what T1 wanted to do. But the thing is, like, we were kind of having conversations that the difficulty is not that hard. You know, it's not like you need to actually just make a space for it. You know, like someone just got a go button and then you can just press R button into flash. It's easy, but the thing is, like, it's the same thing. Like, imagine the Rumble was not the picked and not carry all these hard, the game would have been really, really closed.
Yeah, and you know what? You were talking about pressing some R buttons. We can take a look at the first highlight that we do have prepared, and this one, they got it right. They actually ended up pressing their R buttons together in this one choke, and it worked out for T1.
It was a little bit scary here for T1 at first. Almost looked like maybe this is an overextension, and then Guma is able to line these feathers up, and then all of the combos come through as it looks like, oh, okay, went too deep, Nongshim returning, but then Nongshim turned into the choke point of all of these ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, even this one wasn't like, I would say T1 played well. It was like more as the Nongshim just lined up to the feather. At the same time, they overextended after they got 1 kill, so like, it's still, it wasn't like really beautiful team fight from T1. That's how I feel.
Yeah, not the cleanest, but got the job done, and they did kind of stack up for it. We can also take a look at the second highlight that we do have prepared, which was the fight on the Baron. This one, not that clean either. Started off actually with one of the T1 members getting picked.
Yeah, I mean, this is like explains really well that to fight they're like really, really, really ahead. They're like almost a 5K ahead, and they're still like making this kind of not clean, and it's like making mistake when the Baron's up, and like don't you get the chance to just opportunity to get the turn on the Baron side.
Yeah, I feel like T1, the setup on that fight was a little bit weird with having the Rumble and the Crossfire when it is otherwise a pretty hard engage composition. They wanted to just have the freebie lineup, but Rumble can also just stand behind the front line. He doesn't actually have to be on a flank where he is pickable. I think Nongshim identified that very quickly and very well. Ultimately, it still ends up being a nice trade here for T1 because they do have this fight in the choke point. They lose the Baron, but they're able to get a few kills back here. Guma trying his best in that choke point, doing a ton of damage. And I feel like we have said so many times for T1 over their last few series, which have been all losses until this point, Guma's not the problem. The guy is playing really well. He's actually identifying how he can use his feathers in these team fights incredibly well. His Xayah is still top tier. But this time, the main character was the Rumble on the top side of the map.
Yeah, ended up being the Zeus Rumble this time around. So we do have the POG ready. We can see if he did pick it up or if it will be someone else. Let's take a look at that POG. It is Zeus with the lightning bolt, bringing out the fire here for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little obvious. Like, he was actually impacting map like whole time. Even these before play, like he was delivering to the team. The like first Drake, it's really, really impactful because Rumble also you want to end the game fast, and then he actually make top lane dominate it and then just be able to run mid, solo killing in bottom, like just keeping right play, and it's like making middle game with these kind of type of play. Like you have to do it as Rumble, and then he succeeded.
Yeah, Kuni was a little bit unhappy that he went Scorch because he could have done even more damage later on. But I feel like his lead that he got early just completely changed the way T1 could play this composition, and they were, I think, in a lot of ways saved by him because the coordination otherwise of this comp was very off with Poby and Keria sometimes messing up some of those engages. So a unanimous vote, unsurprising.
Yeah, not too surprising. And what do you think, Hoodie?
Well, I was gonna say also Bill, like he's probably one of the first time like actually building voice step right away from the Mystic item, so I feel pretty happy with.
Yeah, there you go. And we can take a look at what side Nongshim are going to be playing on here. It will be red side, actually, for game number 2. They start on blue side. Now they're going to the red side. And, I think at this point in time, the red side, not so bad. Can definitely offer you some opportunities, especially if you leave a lot of stuff open. As we see, I believe that's Dundun, yes.
Yeah.
Just taking a close look at what went wrong.
He had a rough one, and they could have actually given him the Jax with the Sejuani setup that they had, right? But ultimately, they decided to go for the Cassante, which is on a really low win rate right now. I'd love to see a little bit more draft priority towards that Sejuani they opted into. Maybe even picking something like a Yone instead could have been a better option.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think especially even yesterday, they had a lot like the Yone Jax comp with the Sedge. It was much stronger. And then it's like, it's kind of easy to play as long as you're laning well.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think, you know, we also got to look at T1's comms at the end of their win. It's been a while, right? You were talking about, you know, the last time T1 won. It has been, you know, a couple series, and it seems like a lot of people are calling stuff. You know, Owner and Keria putting some stuff together, even Hobie calling out some stuff. Zayas a little bit, you know, trying to find their footing still, but at least they do get the win in game number 1. Let's see what happens for game 2 as we will go back to the casters right now.
Thank you very much, Spacemen, and there we go. Everyone was watching. The 11 out of 11 comes through. Pretty understandable. Zayas, unanimous.
I had a lack of faith, you know. I thought some people would just throw away their votes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Not to be the case, and sometimes you just got to be optimistic, you know? This gentleman right here, absolutely fantastic. I don't know whether he is going to get Rumble again. I do want to say that Dindin recently played a game of Rumble. He went 0-7-0 and lost the game, and then jumped on Rumble again and got 11 kills. So
that is the sort of attitude we expect from him.
Pure Dundun fashion there. So it might be that he could pick that one away. Nongshim back on the red side once again. I'm actually very perplexed as to why they went for this. I don't know whether they necessarily used the red side extraordinarily well in game number 1, but getting Kai'Sa is very, very good. And if they just don't fall into the Rumble trap, then maybe things will just work out better. So far, the bans have gone exactly the same.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that maybe Gnar is going to be replaced with Rumble. Not entirely sure.
You know, that's the thing, is that it ended up being a second rotation Rumble pick. I feel like when you have a pick that's so impactful, but you picked it in the second rotation, the pressure is on you to pick a first rotation, or this game, certainly Nongshim aren't going to let that go again. They actually banned the Annie here instead of that Gnar. So that's the adaptation we've seen so far. And T1 just pick up the Azir straight away. We could see the Sejuani again. I'm not sure it's going to be a Fiesta move, but we've often seen like Yone picked into the Azir. Yone Sejuani would be pretty good, but I'm not sure that's something we'd expect from them.
I think Space Vein definitely the thing to come through here first, though, as Kai'Sa's priority has been extraordinarily high. Yeah. I think when you do run this, though, it does mean that the Sejuani compositions with the Yones in the middle and stuff like that, they can certainly work that little bit better because you can over-index into physical damage on the top side of the map a little bit more freely.
Looks like they might go in a different direction. Optum for the buy. Wanting that secure lockdown, and this just means that Xayah is going to make so much sense in this situation. T1 could go for the Sejuani here if they wanted. Could also opt to pick up support here if they want to secure the Rakan.
Yeah, and it looks like the Xayah Rakan is going to be the priority. Keria back on a champion that has a heck of a lot of agency here. Very bird-themed. Once again, we are requesting Quinn Anivia to come through. I don't know whether Owner has necessarily been practicing the Anivia jungle.
I think it'd be Anivia jungle, not Quinn jungle?
Yeah, it'd be Anivia jungle. It'd have to be. That way, that if you die, the Brambleback then has to kill an egg as well. And it gets very frustrated doing that. Sometimes loses interest and runs away. That's not what happens, guys. You just die. As Nautilus going to be locked in here for Nongshim. So, solo lanes still remain on the table for Nongshim. And T1 looking for a jungler and a top laner. Unless Zayas wants to do some Birdle things towards the top lane, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah, and I think T1 already have 2 carries that are pretty hard to pin down, but having the Vi and the Nautilus means, you know, the Azir in particular is going to have a trickier time if they can get on top of him. But very much it's like Nongshim have the dive threat, the engage potential. It's not that T1 don't have that, the Rakan obviously provides it, but very much about protecting your carries and peeling backwards. We do see, to no one's surprise really, the Rumble band away.
Yep.
And T1 are going to start to hammer away at the mid lane pool and limiting Fiesta's options. You know, the LeBlanc being taken off the cards. Remember, we are still on patch 13.12. Static Shift is still broken. Let's see what else they have to go for. So Sejuani taken away in terms of the jungle. There's still like Maokai available, I guess, is probably the big one left for T1. And then on the other side, in terms of mid laners,
Renekton.
the Renekton ban.
So it could be that we allow Dundun to have counterpick, or Fiesta could hide his pick until later. That is not how it's going to go. Viger is heading towards the mid lane. Last time we saw it was in the hands of BDD, and it wasn't necessarily the greatest that we've seen.
This is part of the issue because we've seen a lot of Veigar. Oh, I'm actually seeing the Nocturne as well. Interesting enough, you've seen a lot of Veigar into the Azir coming out as a pick, but the thing is, with the rest of Nongshim's comp, like, the comp of Nongshim wants to be diving in, playing super aggressive.
Do it, Dundun. Don't be scared. The lane Trundle to eat the resistances of the Ornn.
He's nodding.
Oh, he's doing it. He is not scared. Oh, I don't know whether he should be either, because you're setting up more things for Ornn to get knockups on. This is going to be pillars all over the lane.
This is about revenge for last game. Right?
Oh, yeah.
This is about, hey, you played Rumble into me. I'm getting the counter matchup this time. And hopefully Sylvie puts a lot of pressure. The thing is, into the Nocturne, Nocturne's not really going to do much at 3-6.
Yeah.
So I fully expect Sylvie to be pathing top, level 3, killing Zeus, and doing it on repeat again and again and again until this Trundle can't be stopped. Now, I think Trundle might have a bit of a rough time in some of these team fights. You know, Xayah and Azir, very hard to gap close onto when you don't have a dash. But, you know, regardless, I like that they're trying something different. I feel like that's always been a speciality of this Nongshim roster, to bring out a bit of that spice, obviously on the noodles.
Yeah, I saw what you did there. It was, it was very good.
Jiwoo often the player who brings out those spicy picks, but Dundun as well. Remember, this is the guy who played AD LeBlanc top before Shiv LeBlanc was a thing.
Yeah, he did. He was not afraid, and he's continuing.
He's never afraid
to run out of fear. Just does not have any of it. He's now just going to subjugate this Ornn over and over again. There is a lot of late game strength here for T1. The early game, the laning phase went very well in the last game. They just needed to shore up the late game, so why not just pick the most godly scaling composition that you can think of. Nongshim Red Force, however, relatively short range, but they do have some possible coordinated attacks. Let's see how it goes. We hop onto the rift. Alrighty. Firstly, I do have to say congratulations to Owner for picking the correct skin on Nocturne. One of the few champions that just has a correct skin, and that is exactly it. Dundun, of course. Oh no, it is now Dundun with like the best, most spammable damage. Oh, that's just,
BM.
What? I know the Duskbringer has like cute little ghosties going woo out of the ground, which is really, really cool on this particular skin, which is the only correct skin that you can play on Nocturne. But hitting Dundun while he's doing emote spam at the beginning of the game, that is not on. That is illegal. That is not allowed.
Wait, I'm not sure Guma even noticed that cue.
No, I don't think he did. I think he was
He's having a look and seeing what is his garlic.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Gumayushi's garlic is.
I can still hear that laugh.
Yeah.
This is about doing mental damage to Zeus.
He's found a different brush to do it in now. He's like, I can't get hit by this Nocturne, as Poby is going to be a little bit sad about being hit by a baleful strike. Oh, and another one. Oh dear.
Get a stack every time you hit.
Yeah. And more against champions, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that one didn't hit.
Okay, so there we go. Poby getting his eye in, figuring out how to get this one done. So we're going to have a look at this once again. Anything standing out to you as far as keystones are concerned? A few scorches going around the rift.
Yeah, not particularly. I kind of just want to see what's going on with this top lane matchup, because the Trundle should super strong, like level 2.
Yep.
Are just very strong on the early trades.
Ooh. Does not find the hook.
That would have been big, honestly. That would have definitely been Summoner's Burn if that had connected. So Nongshim again having the priority here, but not really able to do much with it.
Ooh, pretty amazing that Dundun hasn't played Trundle so far.
Shocker.
This season. Yeah, it's actually really did surprise me. I believe this is actually our first Trundle that we've seen so far, as yeah, it was a long time ago. Tuhout picked up the win on the Trundle into the Cho'Gath in 2018. There we go.
I remember that meta, and was that when you could QSS Trundle ult still?
I mean, that was so Tal was actually named after Trundle.
Wow.
He was so dedicated to playing this champion that he named himself after it. So there we go. Bit of trivia there for you for 2018 SKT. But we'll see whether it is going to be the same as the Cho'Gath matchup. Because once Subjugate comes in, like, it's going to be quite difficult.
Pretty sure that was when Cho'Gath was super broken as well, and like he would walk up to your AD carry and ult them for like their entire health bar.
Yeah.
So kind of makes sense. That was a meta when Trundle was vibing quite a bit in the top lane.
Having a good time.
Yeah, but definitely has a good option here with the Ornn when it comes to fights, just to ult and get some of those resistances. And now stealing away Skull Crabs as well.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, here's a question.
Ground, has a good time. Yep.
Do you think Dundon picked it just because it's got a new skin and he wanted to play with it?
Perhaps. As Owner is now just going to see the Rift Scuttler goes down, and he is going to go back. It's going to mean that 2 Scuttles go over to Nongshim. All the shellfish for the broth. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. As Rakan on a bit of a tear at the moment.
A lot of winning.
Yeah.
And we kind of talked about this a bit, how it feels like having a lot of engage options, super positive. A lot of the LCK teams doing well when they have those, and Rakan, very reliable engage.
Ooh, Fiesta is quite low, as is Poby, as we've got another hook going wide. There's a flash out from Jiwoo. The flash forward, though, and Kerry is going to lock down that first blood. Deserved for this Rakan that has such a high win rate at the moment. And T1 coming back into form here towards the bottom lane at least.
I'm not sure how that play started off, because Jiwoo seemed super overextended there. Maybe try to dodge forward to avoid the W. Let's see a replay this one coming out.
Yeah, definitely quite strange here, as he looks to try and supercharge his way out and just has to flash.
Yeah, and I think in that situation you have to flash the W. You have to accept I've messed up already. Being the summoner, don't die. But now ends up beating both summoners and dying, which is less ideal.
Yeah, I would put that well and truly firmly in the cons column there. Not the greatest day for Jiwoo thus far. That positioning at the very beginning of the fight also not exactly ideal. Fiesta, though, he is having a good time. Does put down the spatula cage for this particular skin. Do like it. The Fury Horn, I believe it is.
Uh-oh.
As Owner is just going to flash on top of Fiesta. He's going to have to flash the wall. Does get feared. But is going to be able to keep himself alive. But still, that is flashed down now.
Well, that says to me,
what's that?
Level 6 from Azir into a flashless, immobile champion.
Oh dear.
That's a pretty easy one. Owner's going to be level 6 soon as well.
Yeah,
oh no.
That's a big old knockup as Dundon, going to get thrown back on, and that is the Brittle, and he well and truly goes down. No level 6 available for the Trundle. Zeus just solo kills him. The counter pick not working so far.
Yeah, see, I don't know too much on the recent patch about the Trundle versus Ornn matchup. So, you know, I'm not 100% certain that it isn't supposed to go this way, but I'm going to hedge a bet and say probably not.
Yeah, I would
probably not what Dundon intended when he picked the Trundle, was to get solo killed at level 6 by an Ornn.
I don't know whether that was that wasn't the goal. I don't think.
Maybe it was though. Maybe Dundon looked in and was like, you know what? I will get solo killed level 6, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah, then
so
I'll carry.
Let's keep our eyes on it.
The more resistances Zeus builds up, the more powerful Dundon becomes when he finally is able to actually press R.
Exactly. Yeah, I think this is just a matter of disrespecting level 6, because if Dundon had level 6 here, he'd be fine. But remember, he has no flash as well. Tries to interrupt the ult.
Meanwhile, Jiwoo is dead again.
Okay, I know a lot more about Xayah Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to go this way. Generally not positive.
Sylvie was here, and maybe Jiwoo just got a little bit frisky.
And you know, we looked at kind of the previous 2 series that T1 had, and Game 1 had gone rough. And then Game 2 had been a bit better.
Yeah.
And it's kind of feeling that way right now.
I'd say that this is well and truly in the bit better territory. You're right. We are on
oh no, not again.
Perfect game pace. Oh, no. Dundon's got Subjugate now. He can just subjugate his opposition whenever he would like to. Until that's on cooldown, I think we're not too worried, as we're going to see another Grand Entrance land and Jiwoo just explode. But
yeah, just really good play, kind of showing, you know, if you don't have the summoners. Doesn't actually have boots as well. I actually think this is a big thing. opting to rush the Shiv and not go tier 2 boots, with your supercharge, with your E, it makes it so much easier to run out the Rakan W if you have that extra movement speed. I actually think that might have been a difference maker in this situation. And I honestly think early boots pick up against Rakan is super impactful. So, Jiwoo not opting for the boots, gets locked down there, and that's another death. 2,000 gold lead, just shy of it already for T1.
Yeah, this is just massive. And their composition...
Sylvie?
Sylvie is in the pit, fighting Zeus, as Peter finds himself a big old dredge line. Zeus is just fighting by himself, though, as Jiwoo dives in. And Paranoia comes down. They will be able to get towards that back line as over the wall goes Sylvie, and now Ona just in here by himself. They do manage to get the pullback onto the Trundle, and that is 2 kills here for T1 in response. They are still trying to get on top of this Vi, as Carrier's still going to walk on over. He is going to get in there as, Sylvie, you can't do that. Why are we, what? Hello?
Look into the shop, maybe a bit too much. Carrier going to take that kill, and a much better game from him, who has had a rough couple of weeks, and honestly, even a rough game 1, looking a lot more solid in this one.
Yeah, Sylvie choosing to back there, pretty egregious, I would say. 3,000 gold is now the lead for T1. However, Nongshim have saved the perfect game situation that they were in. It's not going to happen, but 1 kill away from it is still a shellacking in my book.
Yeah, so Deus really feeling himself on the Ornn here. He's like, I've got backup, I've got a Nocturne on my team, but Nongshim get there first, and with the Trundle as well, this Ornn goes down super fast. We see Ona fly in to try and take out the Vi. Seems like maybe an overextension, a bit isolated, but Nongshim like, nah, we need to get out. The rest of them are coming. We get a layered CC. Carrier tries to chase forwards to get even more for Charm, but yeah, Nongshim are just trying to dip, and then...
And I just don't understand. They saw Carrier come around the corner, right?
Yeah. You know what? Maybe Sylvie was thinking, if I can't see it, it can't hurt me.
True. Now he has the information that, in fact, it can.
It can. And especially, I think if you're playing against a Nocturne, that's a very bad mindset to have.
It's very true. As Dinan up here towards his top side puts down the fasty hitty ground. He's having a good time.
It's like a spider's web.
It is. It's an interesting skin, this one. I do like the art direction, you know, like a bit of that cel-shaded vibe. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Big fan.
I think that must be Dundun's just like, look how cool the skin is.
Yeah.
I will get solo killed. I will probably lose, but look how cool the skin is. And you know what? I respect it.
And, you know, he can also build Ravenous Hydra. It's a fun item, you know. He's going to put that one together.
I think part of the issue as well is that, you know, Dundun obviously, if you're playing a pick like this, if you're playing like this heavy lifesteal Trundle into this composition of T1, a lot of the work you're doing is going to be in the side lane. But you're playing into a Nocturne who's very good at killing things in the side lane, and also an Azir who can probably just hold you by himself with pretty low risk. So
Jiwoo's standing on top of a ward as Peter is going to find a hook. There's the Vault Breaker in. Cease and Desist is going to come down onto Ona. Carrier tries to save him, but it's not going to work out. They turn the lights off, but he still dies in the dark, unfortunately. And Blastcone is going to disengage. Sand Soldier's getting a bit angry at Fiesta here, and Poby so far has had a great game on this Azir. That first shuffle around the Herald, very nicely played.
A lot of plates taken as well.
Yeah, able to push Fiesta out. Of course, Rift Herald helping out there as Dundun. Oh dear, there's an angry Ornn. But he puts down, once again, you know, this is going to give you a bunch more lifesteal, exactly. Yeah. King's Tribute also, I believe, still exists. Trundle's gone through a couple of different changes, but you get a bunch of health back whenever things die around you, and generally in lane, things die around you a fair bit. Kind of works. And so Dundun, he's going to go back to base now. We'll see whether he can afford the Ravenous Hydra as that first item.
It's been so long since I've seen a Ravenous Hydra built.
I know, right? It still does that weird stacky thing, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, cool.
I think it stacks less, but it still stacks.
Nice. There you go. It was sort of built on everything, and 80 carries and Ezreals and stuff.
Yeah, it was the flavor of the month item. I'm glad that now we don't have any flavor of the month items. Like, no, you know, maybe full
like
knife items that are electricity themed. Yeah, that would really suck.
That would be really annoying if we had those.
That he just built on, like, even on, like, AP champions.
I was actually expecting Dindin to build it because, you know, you generally do struggle with wave clear, which is why you see the Ravenous Hydra, but it's not flavor of the month right now. Why didn't he build a static Shiv?
That's true. Maybe he's living in the past.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need, like you say, you don't need the sustain. King's Tribute's going to be able to do that for you.
Exactly. Think how much wave clear he'd have.
I know.
You know, plus, how is one supposed to itemize? You build armor against his Q damage, or do you build magic resist against the Shiv and his ult?
Precisely.
There's no counterplay.
There isn't. And you might say that Nongshim would then have too much magic damage, or maybe it's all about getting on to the same magic flavor so that you're there together for the synergy.
You know, as great as Ravenous Hydra might be on Trundle top lane.
Carrier, just let's hold that thought for a moment, as the Trundle may be dead. I'm pretty sure it could potentially die. Yeah, there we go.
You know what?
Ona's going to be able to grab that kill.
I'm going to continue my point.
Yeah, as you were saying.
Ravenous Hydra, you lose stacks on death. I'm not sure this is a good item for Dundon.
Okay. Cease and desist going to come through onto Carrier. He is burning. Takes a last auto as he's ticking down. He gets the heal, and he's still going to die. So underneath the turret goes Sylvie. He's limping towards it as Call of the Forge God comes down. Sylvie not quite dead just yet, but he is so incredibly close. Decides to go back in as well. Okay, gentleman's agreement there on that one, I guess, as Ona's going to block the Void Seeker. Very nicely done. We don't get the pullback onto Jiwoo, so he will be able to survive. As Poby inside the cage for the moment. A glass case of emotion, one could say. I don't think he had a glass of milk, though. And the Dark Matter falling from the sky. A few more of these Sand Soldier autos, and Fiesta may just cark it, but he is actually going to be all right.
Wow, that is a big turret plating difference. And you know what? I feel like this is kind of my issue with Vega, is that he's kind of just there, but he doesn't really vibe with the rest of the composition. And yet, Dundon's just overextended. Not much you can really do in this situation. Goes down, and then in this extended play, we see them focus damage on a carrier, nearly blow him up immediately. He survives for so long. I think flashed away for the Q, but went back in for the heal to try and survive the Ignite, which ends up going down anyway. And then here, the Ornn is just so tanky. Like, the amount of turrets, that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And still got health to spare.
And Jiwoo also just walked into the Call of the Forge God. It was a very strange situation. We've got an Infernal Soul in our hands as well as T1. They are close to Soul Point, and that is a pretty good soul to have. It's going to be up in 2 minutes' time.
Oh, and once again, same theme of the whole game, whole series, Sylvie trying to steal Ona's red buff.
Yeah.
It's almost an obsession, it feels, at this point.
It does feel a little bit like it's something that's not about winning the game.
It's about sending a message.
Exactly. And the message is, I would like your red buff, please. And I guess Ona could say, I would like your Nexus, please. Would you like to trade? And if Sylvie says yes, then I guess everyone's happy. Right? I think that's how that one goes.
Pretty good deal.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on these things, but you know, I'll take it. You drive a hard bargain, but I'll take it.
Fiesta did just put a whole bunch of abilities into a crown. Just demonstrating that the item does work. You don't break it
Once
too
again,
often.
Zea's top in damage.
Yep.
Bit of a different champ, but similarly
he has the best damage item in the game.
Yeah, has the Sunfire, so...
It's all right. He puts down the little outhouse.
Yeah, and this is kind of
an outhouse, or is that like supposed to be a little haunty house? Not sure.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Why is it winking at me, though? Don't understand.
Trying to seduce you?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about it. Like, little house, please. Don't understand.
Again, between the laugh and that, I think Dundon's just trying to throw his ears off in this game.
I mean, I'm
Get his head. I love this. So they teleport Poby down and put Zea's top. They're like, no, we want Ornn into Veigar and Azir into Trundle. And then immediately, Nongshim swap. And they're like, no, we want it the other way around. And I'm waiting for the other swap to come round. And then just keep doing this all game where they keep swapping the matchup until one of them gets tired of it and goes, fine. We'll agree.
Aren't we already kind of tired of the laning phase? It's like 17 minutes in. Aren't we getting to the point where we're sort of, I don't know. It's a bit strange that we are still worried about it. As Carrier going to be able to get out of there as Nongshim show themselves for a split second. Gives him enough time to react. Very nicely done there.
Oh, and this is the point where Nongshim will be like, oh, I knew there was something we're forgetting. Mid lane exists.
Oh, no! Well, Jiwoo He's going to go towards the mid lane and try to take it down, try to keep it up, sorry. And it's not really going to work, as Owner is going to have a bit of a giggle. Dustbringer's back in once again. We'll stand on that for the extra AD to try and take down that turret. As Sylvie comes on in. Okay, so Poby, he is going to be the sacrificial Azir. He will be taken down here as now. Zeus gets the knock up onto Dindin. Dindin, though, he has Subjugate available. He runs fast because he has Swifty shoes.
Fully stacked Ravenous Hydra.
Oh, yeah. That's a knock up as Dindin does use the Subjugate here. Can he avoid it? No, he cannot. But look at this. All of that health, the tribute to the king being utilized. And now, Jiwoo is coming round for the gank. Dindin going to get some work done on this turret as Jiwoo clears out the control ward and will now come on over and help grab a little bit of extra money. So there we go. That's bounties. Bounties. Wow. T1 fairly far ahead at this stage of the game.
Least favorite celebration.
Bounty? Oh, yeah, true. Unless you're like a real Coconut fan.
Yeah.
But I'm...
You know, I like Coconut. Still not a big fan of bounties.
Yeah. It's not that good. As Carrier is just having a good time, as we can see. Quickness going to come through, as he doesn't have Subjugate, guys. So he's dead.
Yeah.
There we go.
So,
Carrier picks up the kill.
I mean, he should be able to stack it up pretty quickly, but this is why I was kind of saying that, like, Ravenous Hydra with Dindin, you know, you lose the stacks on death.
Yeah.
He does have a tendency to die a lot.
He does do a bit of the dying. It is somewhat, it's out of synergy with how he plays the game.
Yeah.
That was a very dead pigeon.
Didn't really get to do much at all during any of that.
No.
Just kind of could have taken hands of the keyboard. Maybe get a drink during that time. Like, I know my fate. I'm done.
Yeah. I'd probably be in the shop at that point, just making sure that I knew exactly how the build was going to go. As Shirley is going to get a bit of a headache, but get some work done here to this inner turret. As Nongshim trying desperately to hang on in this game. It does certainly feel like they are under a lot of pressure this time around, and it's starting to get to them. Much like they were in the Gen G series as well. It was kind of uncharacteristic. We didn't really see, like, yes, this is Nongshim picking Trundle and having a good time, but it's not like the Nongshim that we saw last week that had belief in their ability to win the game no matter what, right? Which is what the vibe I was getting last week. And compared to this week, it is certainly very different. Of
but
course,
they didn't have Trundle. They didn't have Trundle top last week, so that's a difference maker. It's shaken them.
They had that with pre-Shiv LeBlanc top though, as Peter is still flashing. They're still going for things. And Dindin still going to be able to get a turret. Grand Entrance not going to quite find the mark. Emperor's Divide also does absolutely nothing. But I think Sylvie's still dead. There's the knock-up as well onto the Viger, who is going to get booped back once again. Peter going to get caught out of position as well, though, as Dindin's pushing the bottom lane. Let's go. Look at him. He's hitting it really, really hard multiple times. He's got pants. See, look in his inventory. He's got cool shoes. He's got the Ravenous Eye. He's tanking the turret and eats it. There we go. Baron's going to go down. But let's cut that video. Let's back down towards the Trundle. It's a lot of fun. Jiwoo might die though, so I guess we're going to have to stick here. Teleport in from Fiesta, of course, and that's a killer instinct. Okay, Jiwoo, he has absolutely no mana now. And T1,
but they saved the tower
away from him.
They saved the tower, and a lot of objective bounties picked up for Nongshim by this Trundle. Hullbreaker now built, Sheen now built. Very clear the intention is to never group, which I think makes sense into T1's composition. But I also think that, you know, actually I was going to say, I feel like Poby should be able to like hold him comfortably in the side lane, but his build isn't really the best for killing a Trundle.
No, and I don't think, I think it's still fine if you just put on there. Because I think Zeus has been doing A-okay in the matchup.
I wonder what it
Peter is in a bit of trouble.
He does have his tower there.
He does. Doesn't have flash though, and Owner is just hitting him a bunch of times with his scythe arms, and Sylvie was here, but he's not actually.
Yeah, Zeus is the one who shows up, so you're a bit like, well, I'm not killing him anytime soon, so you should probably recall.
Yeah.
About now.
Oh no, it's the long con. He waits for Peter to respawn. They don't know that he's here. Teleport available for Dindin. Fiesta's going to have to flash. Fiesta, you can't die. Otherwise, Sylvie's going to be there
at what point
for like
do you
another
stop
minute.
Waiting here? Like, at what point has it been enough
when
time?
You stop believing, Orcs, that's when you stop. And you know what? It's not going to be now. Not for Sylvie. He's making his way out. Owner now. Not going to be out of fear, Dundun. Dundun's not afraid of anything at all. He's just chomping one after the other. Sylvie coming on in. And there is the call of the Forge God. He once again takes down the Ornn, but now can T1 find the team fight? That's wiped off the face of Summoner's Rift by Phoebe. The double kill comes forward. It's a double for Owner as well. It's double central here as Jiwoo, he might make it a triple for one of these guys, but instead T1, they're going to look to take some more objectives from this map and say goodnight to this particular series.
Yeah, I mean, the theory there, get a long flank, go for a pick. I think it's pretty good. Trying to chase into the Azir and the Zyre afterwards, not so good.
Yeah, there were positives and negatives, I think. The positives was when he wasn't dead, and the negatives was when he was dead.
There's also this neat thing with Zyre's kit, where when she uses abilities, her auto attacks will put feathers behind.
That is pretty neat. As good as
like
is going to kill Jiwoo. There we go. Feather Storm, Peter going to miss time.
So
the dredge line.
Generally, when you're playing into Zyre, you want to avoid being between her and her feathers.
Got it.
And I think Nongshim may be struggling with that concept a little bit right now.
I'm really glad that we've got you here to tell us what we need to know in case we encounter these issues in our solo queue games.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Thank you so much, Orcs. That's going to spell a 10,000 gold lead. We have Infernal Soul available. The Baron power play is cresting 6,000. It's
pretty big.
But 1 second is going to go down. So 5.5k, that's what we're going to have to accept. T1 are obliterating Nongshim at this stage of the game. 18-5 is the kill score as well. It has not been close. Who is your frontrunner for POG right now? As you can see, score lines looking pretty even. Even the Rakan having 4 kills.
I think it may be Carrier.
I'm leaning towards a Carrier. Like, I don't have my certificate, of course, for voting. If I was to try my hand at non-professional voting, it would be Carrier, I think, for me.
Okay. I think Guma's been good as well, but I think Carrier had a lot of impact in those early plays.
Yeah, he decided to just kill him.
감정을 담아서
ATP
해버렸네.
24 minutes as well.
He's having a very good time, as you can see. Big smile on Ganushi's face. Paranoia towards the bottom side. Can you kill Dundun? Is the question as Poby's killing Sylvie off to the other side. Dundun's trying his very best not to be scared, but he is scared, and he is going to be taken down. Good work there by Jonas Strong to try and cover 2 fights at the same time, as now Fiesta is dead. Well, I mean, he's not... well, yeah, but he is. You know, but he wasn't straight away.
Yeah, there was some time.
Yeah.
You get to hesitate, you're like, wait.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. And then he is.
You know...
Do I?
I'm not sold on the Trundle. I'm unconvinced.
Oh, really? it took you until now. It took you until now to,
I was here or there. I'm confirming it. Not sold. It does
Ye
not
of
have
little faith. Ye of little faith.
Oh, is it the 1 in 6 power spike?
I mean, he needs another death, and then he's at full power. That's what we know of Dundun.
He hasn't even got his mythic yet.
As Peter cannot press R on Gumayushi, because Gumayushi presses R. It's a little bit of a sad story, but not going to be the target that he's going to be looking for. That's why it looked a little bit weird. Ulting towards the AD carry, not actually finding anything. Oh, sorry, hooking towards the AD carry. As Nongshim still trying to fight for some vision here towards the top side.
You know, that posturing very aggressively. Peter,
he is possibly going to die. Does have to flash.
I don't think want that.
Zeus, he's going to call the Ram. They are going to get the knock-up, but he does manage to buffer the dredge line. Look at this. Peter just wandering it out. Oh, there's the cage. It's going to work out to help him, but the Sand Soldiers come on in and stab the Nautilus, but they get the kill on Carrier.
Yeah, that was a pretty good trade, but it felt like that entire time they were stalling recalls so Dundun could push, but he just TP'd back, so now he can no longer push.
Yeah.
So, not ideal. We'll see the replay. You know, I feel like there's a lot on display here, so it doesn't get hit by the ult from Zeus. And he just dies.
Yeah, he did have Subjugate running, but I think it was on Ono, which is unfortunate, because he doesn't have all of the big old tanky stats that the Ornn has. Sylvie takes so much damage from this Azir. Level 15, and you can see these Sand Soldiers really starting to tear people apart.
Probably for the best we don't see the rest of that play.
We can't see the Baron as well.
Oh no! You have to go in!
Excuse me? The Baron is down extraordinarily low. Okay, Paranoia comes on in. They're not not going to be, and
Leash.
that's just a free Baron.
Thanks to the
It
leash.
was almost kind of cool.
No, I
in the
gotta say
end, Poby's just going to win the game. Owner is going to go down to a GA, and Poby's going to try and he threw out the dab, showing a little bit of pizzazz here for the young player as the Ram comes through, and the Viger is not going home. Not today, as Dundon just gets trolled by the Sand Soldiers. Poby's playing with him, and he's going to be able to lock down the kill. Manages to get the other one. Carrier steals it away, but Poby, he's taken that kill in my heart, ladies and gentlemen. T1, they will be able to take down the Nexus, and 2-0 Nongshim. Welcome back, T1, looking way better this week.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people will be like, well, it's just Nongshim, but they have had a rough time. They lost to DRX, and I think they really needed this win. They really needed a return to form. Nongshim, on the other hand, they always handle their losses pretty gracefully.
As Gumushi's calling for someone to come over. I wonder who it was. Couldn't see who it was indicating to. Okay, oh, it's Poby. He needs to come over and do a bit of fist bump. And there he is. So just didn't quite know what to do after a victory here. And that is understandable. This is his first one.
Oh, true. That's actually a good point I hadn't thought about.
Is it a Poby POG angle?
I don't think it's a bad vote. It's not my personal vote, but I think it's a good vote.
I think the carrier angle is probably the right one, but I like any opportunity to give it to the new guy. I think you try and take, and I think it is one of the ones that you can justify this time around. Zeus having a very good time. I think Zeus also probably going to get quite a few. A solo POG for him after a huge return to form this week. He was out of sorts.
Yep.
In the previous week.
You know, he even managed to handle the super secret counterpick Trundle.
Yeah.
With grace.
Oh, it's but I mean, the thing is, there are a lot of members on the T1 staff that have memories, and they can think back. And it was Tile that did it. He was a member of SKT.
Yep.
They knew the strat. He was walking straight into them as Gumushi's asking for a phone call. Wonder who that was to. It was a pretty cool celebration there. I wonder whether that one's going to be number one.
That was, you know, that
of next week, as Carrier just looking like he would like to go home and play more mid lane in solo queue.
I think that was like the most energetic ceremony that we've seen probably for a while.
I was wondering, like,
that.
is he swimming or is it another anime thing that I don't understand that Chronicler would roll his eyes at me at?
Seems like, I think it's probably an anime thing.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
one of those things?
Yeah.
You understand it?
Nope, not at all.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'm an old man.
You're one of the good ones. Okay. Maybe it's probably a JoJo reference, according to Chronicler, because everything is. Oh, what is it? The new jeans? Something denim related. That could be another thing.
You're losing me.
Yeah, well, I've lost myself, don't you worry. As T1, well-deserved victory over Nongshim here. We're going to have a look at how it all started. Jiwoo having a very off day today.
Yeah, definitely. Not the best day. Dun dun. You know, he was cooking.
He was, look, I don't know whether, like, this is the thing. It's Dundun. So was he having a bad time? Was it even necessarily like against what he meant? He
was probably having a great time.
Yeah.
The entire, you know, I'm not even sure this isn't how he wanted the game to go.
Precisely. We're all in Dundun's world, and he dictates how we're supposed to live. As Poby finding this moment, it's another one to justify those potential votes. I think there should be a few going over to mid lane this time around, not quite as clear-cut as in the last series, as Sylvie, a little bit unfortunate there. And Whoopsie's kind of across the board here for Nongshim. You could see that they were feeling the pressure. Pressing a lot of buttons to kill Poby here. Poby soaking some cooldowns, as we like to say.
Yeah, and also, I mean, he's soaking cooldowns here, so, you know, doing some good work. But yeah, this was that final moment where they get the first pick, that's pretty good, and then the feathers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a fear of birds developed by Nongshim after this game.
What is that called?
I'm not sure.
Avian phobia?
That's what I was thinking. But it probably isn't.
No, I don't think it is. It doesn't sound right. Yeah. We'll just have to maybe Twitch chat could let us know in the break or something like that. As Carrier just doing front flips as they head towards the Nexus. Must be a good feeling to finally be back on the front foot here. Of course, their next matchup this week is going to be against D+ Kia, so
bit of a step up.
a step up, yeah, in the opposition. I don't know how much Canna has been practicing the Trundle top, but it might be that he'll have a better performance than Dundun if he does pick it up.
I'd be excited to see him whip it out.
I would be so excited to see whether Kana could potentially play it because I just really like Trundle. I think his dance is absolutely fantastic.
The laugh was great.
Yeah, and it used to be that you could hit people with a muffler and you could wear one pink Converse shoe, and then they took it away forever. Junkyard Trundle, bring back the original. It was definitely the silliest looking skin ever in League of Legends history. But I think I am digressing enough. Let's throw it over to the space to break down the T1 victory.
Junkyard Trundle, bring back the original. Thank you, Atlas and Ox, for that wonderful cast on the day as, well, we do have another series, so they'll be back a little bit later. But that was T1 taking it down in the 2-0. What did you guys think about that game, which was a little bit more stompy than the first?
Not close, but much cleaner. I wasn't a huge fan of the draft here from Nongshim. I think it had a lot of holes in it, and the Trundle pick, it was problematic at best, to be honest with you guys. Like, obviously, the laning phase can be quite hard for Trundle to play out. Who and I were talking about it during the game itself, but like dying at level 5, not respecting the level 6 really warps this game. He falls super far behind, and then against Nocturne, he's also building Ravenous, where he's going to lose his stacks constantly. Just felt like there wasn't really a great setup here for them to win this game. Also, the Veigar here with Vi, just not really the setup that you're looking for, unfortunately. I felt like Nongshim were playing what the players were good at playing that was left available instead of building a composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what we expected to T1, like actually just playing against the bottom team. They can actually dominate it this hard, and it could be much this clean. Not like first game, but, you know, the Nongshim draft, like, just as what you said, like, I think just completely, like, every single pieces are really, really desync, and that's the, like, why the Nongshim draft has no power in it. Like, there's no win con, there's no window that they can actually play for. They don't even have a lane to play through it, and even lane phase was not even, you know, close.
Yeah, and speaking of the laning phase, I think T1 identified this early on that they could take advantage of some of the stuff that could happen early on. And let's take a look at the first highlight and see what happened here with the first 3 kills that we did have in the game, all going the way of T1.
Ox pointed out, you got to flash this knockup or you're dead. He did not. He's dead. And then on the top side, we just see that level 6 gets hit for the Ornn. It's not respected, so unfortunately here for Dindin, I mean, you pick this matchup, it's a counter because of the ultimate more than anything else, but in the lane, you're going to get whittled down by that Brittle, and then he's in kill range when level 6 is hit.
Yeah, I mean, this is only one time that he could get solo kill, just only one time, because when he's level down, like, that's it. And even bottom, like, this player game, like, it's just constantly they're getting dual kill by just, you know, carry and just pressing by W, just that easy, and it's like, it's just too easy, man. Like, T1's Nongshim make just too easy game for T1.
I think the fundamentals of T1 are just stronger, right? Like, it's obviously one of our strongest teams. 4 of these players are world finalists, right? And you have, obviously, Faker missing right now. He's injured, so he can't play. But still, in terms of just individual lanes, they kind of got rocked. And also, Poby had one of his strongest games so far since he's subbed in for Faker in the mid lane as well. And you saw that, like, unfortunately for Nongshim, they were already set so far behind. Their composition doesn't have great win conditions. That was a really rough time.
Definitely was, and the pain didn't stop there for Nongshim. We can take a look at highlight 2, and, you know, you don't have a great composition early. What do? Team fight on the Herald, of course. And this really came back to bite Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Nongshim was just basically the lane phase was absolutely over, but I think just played really, really well. It's just actually flashing into the pit, and it make sure that Nongshim cannot exit it after, and then it's like right away, like, Carrier had such a great moment into just go in, button, clicking some button, and just keep going. And just funny thing is, like, Sylvie was not looking his screen. He knew, he saw that, he see that Rakan just keep cheesing and just not pay attention to these, like, kind of feel bad.
Yeah, probably in comms or looking at the items. Not 100% sure what happened there, but you could see how decisive T1 were when they realized the fight is split and the Veigar is not set up to cage or zone anybody away. He's on the wrong side of the pit, so, like, they're just like, well, there's no way they can win this fight. Gonna have to get out of the pit and then retreat, and then they end up getting those chase kills. Also saw after this happened, like, this is our last highlight because the game was essentially over at this moment, but you also saw Sylvie on long con flanks because they couldn't ever team fight. They were behind, but their composition doesn't even have, like, a, well, if we set up this one combo, if we have this one angle, They're like, well, we got a Trundle in the side lane. He's going to get some gold bounties, and we got a Vi over here. Maybe they'll walk into it. You can just see that the composition, especially from behind, just has no functionality.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at the POG here for T1 for Game 2. Let's see who does pick it up, as it will be Keria on the Recon. Lots of W's in for free juicy kills that were given over, and yeah, he had a great game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a value high, really high from the dual kill. He's pressing W like an exact time that when he actually needed it. I mean, these things like definitely did. It ends the game, like just having dual kill is straight up like 2 times in a row. And as I said it from the highlight to the Herald fight, it's easy. It wasn't pretty easy, but I think he did his job, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these highlights for Keria are him just like beating a dead horse. It feels like in a lot of ways where he's just like, I got him. I'm like, yeah, okay. But for me, we voted for Guma. We thought he had a pretty consistent performance. Keria got him ahead though, so chicken and egg situation there. I'm a little bit surprised there's no Zeus votes. I thought he had a pretty fantastic game as well.
For owner votes, he also pressed R and attacked side lanes. That happened a couple times. Guys, we are done here for now. We do have an interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Zeus and Keria on the side of T1. Congratulations. Now T1 was able to break their consecutive loss. How do you feel, Zeus? Like on a day like this? Today I feel like usually you would just come into the stage telling yourself that maybe you'll probably win, but I feel like lately we haven't been in the place to actually say that. It wasn't very comfortable, but we're glad that we won. Keria, we knew that we wouldn't have an easy game today, but I feel like I'm just glad to say that I had an enjoyable match today. As you guys have mentioned, it was T1's first consecutive loss after 2 years. Given so, maintaining the right team atmosphere must have been crucial. And Zeus, what kind of conversation did you have to overcome this? I don't think we really went through as much hardship after I got promoted to LCK, but I feel like this experience is helping me learn a lot and how to deal with that. Keria, how about you? Regarding how to bring up the atmosphere and the team? I feel like whenever the team has a bad atmosphere, like there's a lot of there's a lot to do with your mentality, so I make sure to focus on that. Looks like you guys went to Jeju Island last weekend. Was the trip helpful? Yeah, I had a lot of fun. And Zeus, yeah, I really like Jeju Island. 네, 좋습니다. 그리고 또 포비 선수가 미드에서 갑작스럽게 콜업이 되면서 좀 부담감이 컸을 것 같은데요. Must have felt a lot of pressure from being called up last minute. So did you say anything nice to him after the win?
성격 자체가
This kid, his personality.
약간 그 고등학생 느낌이 아니라서 그냥
it just doesn't feel like he's high school student. So and he tends to be pretty bold, so it's actually pretty nice. Feels like the veterans have something to learn from the rookie as well. In Game 1, your Gnar was quickly banned, so how did that make you feel? I felt like I was getting respected. It was really good. Felt great. And so, how crucial was Rumble in the comp from Game 1? Rumble as a champion right now is just so OP right now. And I feel like right now you almost have to center your comp around Rumble. I just think he's really good. 지금 티어가 높다 이렇게 평가를 하고 계신 것 같은데 Would you say that 실제로 경기 내에서도 그 좋은 모습들이 계속 And it seems like he would rank him as tier 1. And in game 1 there was a huge damage burst in the narrow pathway. Let's take a look at this replay. 갑자기 상대들이 그냥 And there was a Rumble and Zaya wombo combo that just 100 to 0 everything. So how did this happen? So yeah, there's a little bit of team fight that opened up, so I went to extinguish, act like a firefighter here, but you know, I didn't expect that it was going to be this good.
어쨌든 간에 뭐 럼블과 자야의 시너지가 굉장히 돋보였던 장면이었고 알리스타까지
It really demonstrated the synergy between these two champions. And Keria, in game 2, your team blind picked Azir and locked Zaya Rakan in. So was there a shift in game 1 where you guys wanted to go with strong side bot? When we went with the comp in game 1, I feel like we wanted to go for a comp where we could bully the enemy support, so we went with this comp. And you were able to get Rakan on an 8th winning streak, so why do you think he's doing so well? I feel like the way that Rakan works is really good with the in terms of improving synergy within our team, so I think he's just really good. And Zeus, Dindin brought out his top Trundle, so how unexpected was that? Yeah, we were definitely not expecting that at all, but when we saw the pick, we saw, wow, he's bold, maybe it's a good pick. And so this is actually a discussion that took before your debut, but there's always been a heated debate about the Ornn versus Trundle matchup, so what's your stance on it? From the way I see it, in a 1v1, I feel like when Trundle with the right rune and item, I feel like Trundle would definitely win in 1v1. And so many fans are concerned about Faker's arm injury, as you can see from all the posters that the fans are holding up. So how is he doing?
항상 출근은 종종 이렇게 해서 같이 게임 얘기도 하고 보고 있어서
he still comes to work, and so we would talk about the game. I feel like he's been going to the hospital consistently, he's recovering, but we tend to talk about the game very often. And Keria? You know, I'm really curious to see when he will fully recover, but I think he's doing good. So would you like to share a word for Faker's recovery? I'm sure you're watching us right now, Faker. We're taking Poby and we're managing, so take your time and get your I hope for your full recovery soon. And so your next opponent will be D+ Kia. Please say your resolution. Like with the clean 2-0 victory, maybe we're in a position to say, well, maybe we're good. I feel like right now I don't think there's a team that we will lose to. And Keria, like today's performance was pretty good, and I was a little nervous about the next match, but I feel like it's going to be doable. Like Poby's doing really well too, and the rest of the players are doing well. I'll just make sure that I do well. And this will be the end of the interview with Zeus and Keria, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Good to hear that Zeus and Keria are in high spirits, at least. Let's take a look at the standings after this win from T1 that they did take down. It's been a while, but they do get back on the board and are sitting pretty comfortably at 7-4.
Yeah, there's a tight race here for third place right now between D+, T1, and Hanwha Life. So this is a win you really needed to take, and the fact that they're able to take it 2-0 here is really critical. For Nongshim, chances of playoffs dwindling even further. Still possible, but seems like a pretty big leap that they're going to need to hit.
It's not possible. You know, they're only about 10 losses. They could go 8-10 easily.
Yeah.
Love the optimism.
6 wins in a row. It's pretty easy to do. Guys, our next match, we do have a second one that is on the way. Will be DRX up against Gen G. Should be a fun one, as we also have Review Desk during the break with Canyon and Showmaker. You guys can check that out while you're waiting the 30 years for the next match to start. We'll start at about 7:25 Korean Standard Time. So make sure you guys are tuning in, and we'll see you after the break.
이제 지금은 시작을 무조건 다 해야 되는 상황입니다.
동부의 왕자를 일단 노릴 수 있는 그런 매치예요. 광종 제1거 부왕이 가는 길이 곧 길이 돼요.
리브 샌드박스입니다. 장성합니다. 테디
동부의 왕을 노리는 두 팀입니다.
여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 목요일에 찾아오는 여러분의 리뷰메이트 아나운서 배혜지입니다. 오늘 리뷰 데스크 함께 해주실 선수분들 바로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 쇼메이커 선수, 캐년 선수 어서 오세요.
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요.
반갑습니다. 자기소개 한 번씩 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. T+ 기아의 정글러 캐니언 김건보입니다.
안녕하세요. T+ 기아의 미드라이너를 맡고 있는 쇼메이커 허수라고 합니다.
반갑습니다. 어서 오세요. 자, 그럼 이제 본격적으로 리뷰 데스크 시작해 보도록 할게요. 첫 번째 영상 보시죠.
전령을 도려치고 있는 D+ 기아.
움직임 자체가 진짜 발빠른데 DRX는 이거 한번 묵직하게 잡아 먹어야 되는데 그래서
밧줄인데 다 쏟았고
파이팅
살았어요.
이게 마무리 데미지가 지금 일단
칸나는 이동
잡히고 나서
배를 잡았고요.
왔다 갔다 하면서
추하는요.
마무리가 돼야 되는데 마무리가 돼야 되는데
본인이 마무리 당하고 있습니다.
이 장면은 우리 쇼메이커 선수가 한번 리플레이 해주시면 좋을 것 같은데요.
이때 좀 저희가 템 보시면 좀 많이 좀 전체적으로 유리하다고 생각해서 싸움에 자신감이 있어가지고 텔을 먼저 찍고 카이사는 패를 좀 멀리 찍어가지고 뭔가 인원수 차이로 개인기량 잘 살린 좋은 한타였던 것 같아요. 네.
저는 그랩을 끌려도 안 죽는다는 생각으로 하고 있어서 저 물리면 싸우면 오히려 이기겠다 싶어서 일단 그랩각 좀 거리 보면서 줬고 저한테 스킬이 좀 많이 빠져서 여기는 쉬하면은 이기겠다고 생각했습니다.
그리고 또 이외에도 1세트에 인상 깊은 장면들이 많았는데 캐년 선수가 내가 잘한 플레이 있어요. 뭐 이런 거 있을까요?
어쨌든
마지막 장면? 오!
게임
1세트에서 마지막
끝나기
장면?
전에 짧게 하라고 했는데 이거 그냥 해도 이길 것 같아서 그냥 순간적으로 들어가서 이렇게 게임을 좀 더 빨리 끝내는데
그냥 저 버리고 하더라고요.
내가 필요가 없구나.
한타가 좀 오네. 저는 그냥 탑 가라해서 탑 갔는데 그냥 알아서 4명이서 그냥 게임을 끝내놔가지고 좀 섭섭했습니다. 할 게 없어가지고.
팬님은 초반에 잘했고
네.
중후반은 이제 병구 같은 게 이어받아서 잘했다.
그럼 초반에 쇼메이커 선수가 잘한 장면?
저런 게
찾아볼까요?
사소한 거지만 거리 조절을 좀 잘해서
이런 거 중요해요.
정말 사소하지만 원래 이제 이거 플래시로 내가 볼 거다 이런 콜은 안 했는데 딱 각이 딱 나와 보여서 그냥 좀 즉흥적으로 W풀 했는데
오.
잘 호응됐어. 여기가 좀 괜찮았던 것 같아요.
오, 그러면은 쇼메이커 선수가 초반에 이렇게 멋지게 플레이 해준 거 인정이네요.
초반에 잘 견인하고 이제 그걸 다 잘
바톤 터치
이어서
했습니다.
이야. 사실 저희가 1세트 뱀픽 때 탑 르블랑이 나오더라고요. 이거 좀 준비된 픽이었을까요?
사실 저도 좀 르블랑 자신 있어 해서 웬만하면 미드로 할까 생각했는데 좀 창동이도 나도 르블랑 하고 싶다 해가지고 또 네, 한번 양보했습니다.
아, 칸나 선수의 또 이런 의지가 있었군요. 자, 이렇게 해서 저희가 1세트를 한번 리뷰해봤고요. 이제는 2세트를 한번 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다.
그 캐년이 옵니다.
네, 그나마 마오카이가 오기만 하면
이기는 한데
앞뒤로
근데 알리가 오랩게
만개.
그래서 연하죠 알리스타가.
아니 그다음에 바둑도 위험.
아니 그래서
대전의 맛을 깔렸습니다만 2명 속방하면 어떻게 할 수 있어요?
러브 샷이라도.
캔이라도
트리스타나가
근데 구알이 잡히면 안 되는데요.
근데 이게
그리고 페이트까지
난리 났는데요.
이러면 플러스기요.
야, 난리난 이 장면. 아니, 바텀 다이브인 줄 알았는데 끝나고 나니까 무려 4킬을 챙기면서 엄청난 이득을 봤던 그 장면이잖아요. 캐년 선수 리플레이 한번 부탁드릴게요.
마오카이가 전령을 아마 먹었을 거거든요. 그래서 전령을 먹어서 상대 정글 들어가서 카팅하고 제 바텀이 일교를 해놓는다 해서 이제 마오카이가 올 시간이 좀 부족할 거라고 제가 생각해서 바로 해본다 했고 그러니까 밀치는 건 솔직히 예상하는데 리콜 때 알리스타가 살짝 운 좋게 알리스타가 궁을 맞아가지고 생각보다 더 좀 잘 풀렸고 트리스타나까지 그냥 공짜로 갑자기 먹어버렸어요. 공짜로.
자, 그렇다면 쇼메이커 선수는 혹시 보여주고 싶은 장면 없으신지 한번 궁금해요.
이번 판 혁규 형 애쉬를 궁을 좀 잘 맞춰가지고 자기 애쉬궁 동거 이용해서 나 이렇게 맞춰가지고 제가 맛있게 먹어가지고 혁규 형이 좀 이 판 되게 잘했던 것 같아요.
아니, 데프트 선수가 오늘 2,500킬을 달성을 하기도 했잖아요. 데프트 선수에게 한번 보내는 거 어떨까요?
저랑 1000킬 차이가 나는 게 좀 저도 나름 오래 했는데 되게 대단한 것 같고 2500킬 할 동안 이제 펜타킬이 한 번도 없는 거는 좀 아쉽고요. 네. 다음에 꼭 펜타킬 먹여주도록 하겠습니다.
와, 훈훈합니다. 그렇다면 이제 진짜 마지막으로 혹시 또 보여주고 싶은 장면 있으세요?
이때 일단 용부터 먹고 좀 천천히 하려 했었는데
네.
아니, 잭스가 여기서
갑자기
그냥 트롤을 해버려가지고
갑자기
이게 뭐 하는지
그래서 갑자기 들어가더라고요.
원더도 와도 받고 막.
그래서 근데 제가 이거 보고 이거 내가 해야 되겠다. 안 하면 한타 이거 물려하기 시작하겠다 해서 바로 풀 벨트로 이제 거리감이 좀 하기 어렵거든요. 상대 입장에서 거리감을 좀 너무 좀 불리한 한타를 좀 메꾸는 그런 느낌. 네.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 저희가 준비된 영상을 모두 봤는데요. 이제 저 같은 일반 유저들을 위한 꿀팁 대방출 시간입니다. 저희가 좀 잘 쓸 수 있는 걸로 부탁드릴게요.
니코가 이제 분신을 보내고 귀환을 누르거나 감정 표현을 하면 분신이 좀 오래 남거든요.
네네.
그건 다 아니까 이제 컨트롤 1을 누르면 그 약간 헬리콥터 같이 날아가는 게 약간 이런 느낌으로 컨트롤하면 상대 입장에서 약간 열받는 감정 표현으로 이렇게 시야를 확인도 할 수 있거든요. 그래서 이제 리코 할 때 분신 보내고 이제 컨트롤 1로 하는 게 가장 상대 입장에서 좀 열받는.
약간 그 심리전 싸움에서 우위를 차지할 수 있다.
엄청난 꿀팁이에요.
우위를 좀
저도 이거 듣고 저도 조금만 해요. 원래는 이제 니코가 막 춤추는 게 있는데 조금만
이거 다 이러고 있는 거 아니에요? 혹시 그럼 쇼메이커 선수는 꿀팁 있을까요?
상대방 입장에서 니코가 이게 굉장히 이게 옵저버 시점으로 봐서 그렇지만 이게 만약에 이게 내가 알리스타다 그러면 이게 잘 안 보이거든요 이게.
나 못 봤어. 오!
와드로 만약에 시야가 있어도 네, 이렇게 검부처럼 변신해서 가면은 이렇게 잘 안 보이니까 이런 거를 좀
잘 보이네. 잘 보이네.
아니, 아무튼 되게 꿀팁입니다. 이게 좀 제가 설명을 못해도 정글몹으로 변신해서 가는 게 좀 유용하다.
오, 꿀팁인 것 같습니다. 자, 그렇다면 이제 제가 오늘의 명강사를 한번 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘의 명강사는 쇼메이커 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 아유, 저희가 또 상품이 있잖아요.
아, 너무 좋아요.
상품 한번 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 요즘 날씨가 너무 무더워졌잖아요. 그래서 우리 선수분들 조금이나마 시원하시라고 선풍기입니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 이거 너무 시원해요. 아, 감사합니다.
좋은데?
그리고 제가 또 너무 좋은 꿀팁을 알려주셔가지고 캐년 선수에게도 선물 드리도록 하겠습니다. 짜잔! 선풍기 모양의 부채입니다.
부채 좋죠.
또 환경 보호에도 좋고
선풍기.
친환경 선풍기.
전기가
자, 오늘 이렇게 해서 디플러스 기아의 든든한 중심 두 분이 함께해 주셨는데요. 함께해 주신 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
저희가 잘했던 장면들 돌려보면서 그 당시 기억들이 좀 떠올라가지고 되게 재밌었던 것 같고 팁들도 여러분들께 알려드릴 수 있어서 되게 유익한 시간이었던 것 같습니다.
저도 약간 이런 건 처음인데 꿀팁을 제대로 전달드렸는지 모르겠지만 네, 재밌는 것들이니까 잘 하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 리뷰데스크는 마무리하겠습니다. 두 선수 오늘 함께해 주셔서 진심으로 감사드리고요. 저희는 다음 주 목요일에 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 안녕.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs here as we jump into our second series of the day. The already playoffs-bound Gen.G taking on a DRX who have been struggling. Yeah, they beat T1. That is true. And then they were colossally defeated by D+ in almost every way possible. So a bit of column A, column B.
Yeah, sometimes
last
it be
week.
that way.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Can't always win unless
True.
you're Gen.G, then you can.
Yes. And Gen.G looking to try and beat their own record for the amount of matches won in a row. Last year in summer, they were able to get to 11. Tonight could be 12. They could tie things with D+ from a few years ago. 2019 Griffin as well made it to 12 wins. Of course, the only team to do the fully undefeated season was 2022 Spring T1. Pretty recent memory for that particular squad.
Yeah.
So if they keep going, make it all the way, and that is a possibility. As you can see right now, things looking pretty good as far as match victories in a row for Gen.G are concerned. You saw KT, they did lose a game. That means that game score gap is extended just a little bit here between our first and second place.
Yeah, and I think a big thing as well is DRX being so close to that 6th place spot. Obviously, this is a hard matchup going up against Gen.G, but I feel like the fact is they've had a difficult start to the second round robin, but they're still in a decent place in terms of the standings with regards to contesting that 6th place spot. So, whether or not they win today, I think hopes are pretty high for them making playoffs.
See, what is going to happen here is this is what we were talking about, the win streaks, as Gen.G have tied themselves from last year in summer. They can move towards D+, as you can see, and Griffin, of course, from a few years ago. 13 wins. It's all T1 and SKT dominated from that point on. 2015 was a pretty amazing year for SKT back in the day, as Killer Smile versus Killer Wink. All right.
Who's your money on?
Yeah, well,
Smile or the Wink?
I actually think that the Wink might have it. I think Doran has been extraordinarily good in recent weeks, and I just don't think you can discount him until he shows signs of his old self, as this is not the matchup that you really want to go into. Chovy has been obliterating Fate every single time.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, considering Fate's on a 15-game loss streak, that it's 8-19.
Yeah, it means that before that 15-game loss streak started, he had won 8 games.
Yeah, he was doing pretty good.
Nice.
Hopefully going to revisit those times, but I'm not so sure. Jovi's been pretty good recently.
He certainly has. Of course, this does date back quite some time. Fate with Sandbox actually promoted at the same time as Griffin, I believe, back in the day. But, digressing is something that I tend to do. I will attempt to stop as we welcome DRX to the Low Park stage. See whether they can find the form that they showed against T1. This team looked amazing in that particular match. It might just be Beryl has this thing about beating T1. Hopefully, he can find that thing in order to beat Gen.G as well, because he didn't have it against D+ in any way, shape, or form. Of course, thrown off a little bit by the LeBlanc top shenanigans that they did throw out there. But This is going to be a tall order. The David and Goliath that we like to talk about here in LCK.
Never heard that line before.
Slingshots and stuff. Let's see if they get hit in the eye.
That's the goal, you know? I mean, maybe bringing out something a bit unexpected might work. This is obviously super heavily stacked in favor of Gen G. Very hard match for DRX to take, but any positives we can draw away from this would be nice. I think the thing with DRX is they've had a very inconsistent form throughout the split. I do feel like there's some teams at the bottom of the table who have just struggled. They've had moments, but then they've also had bad moments.
Yeah, they've had moments and moments. You know, they're just different kinds of moment there. As we do welcome Peanut back as well. He did test positive for COVID last week. Of course, no symptoms, was absolutely fine, but had to quarantine back at home and is now back here at Lowell Park. So great to see him one more time. So the band is fully back together. And if this powers them up, then that's a crazy prospect because they looked pretty amazing last week, to be perfectly honest.
I just don't think they even really powered down at all.
No.
Him not being there in person.
I thought maybe Peanut was even better by being able to relax and not necessarily come out to Lowell Park, as Doran is first in solo kills in the LCK. Let that sink in.
You know what? Doran has a ton of solo kills. Rascal has a ton of solo kills. But both of these players also get solo killed a fair amount.
True.
I'd be interested to see what the statistics are for how many times they've been solo killed, and I fully imagine that this series will be full of attempts to solo kill each other.
You miss every shot you don't take, and that's why you have to attempt to solo kill at all times.
Yep.
That is how it goes. Rascal definitely going to do it. We already saw that he's just not afraid. Not afraid to be near a turret. He's been solo killed so many times, as you pointed out. Doran, I believe, did it. The last time these two squads matched up, it was not really close.
The past week, you know, I was saying that Doran would get solo killed every series, and it was true. But last week, he didn't. He actually was just doing the solo killing.
Yeah.
So maybe he's evolved on land, or maybe that was a brief hiatus. And I guess we'll find out. Obviously, he's still very solid in the team fights, but the laning has always been a bit iffy.
It has always definitely been a little bit of a struggle for Doran, but it doesn't matter how far behind he falls. He tends to always just make it towards these team fights in generally pretty good standing regardless. We'll see what champions they're going to be put on as well, as Chovy demonstrating his now braceless teeth. Very, very cool stuff. Does feel like he's a completely different person. Now
feels like we have another contender for the killer smile, you know?
I know. I don't know why Doran and Rascal were the ones that were there. It's just ridiculous. But Chovy definitely looking in pretty high spirits here today. And do you know what? It is a little bit sad that he doesn't have the Snaggletooth anymore. Because, like, where's the skitty vibe that everyone was getting prior to the braces?
But, you know, now he's much more keen to smile all the time, which is great to see.
That is definitely good. That is
definitely. A smiley Chovy is a good Chovy.
That is true. And we can see smiling a fair bit. Pays not so much. He looks a little bit muted at the moment. But we know Delight pretty happy to have a grin every now and again. As bottom side of the map of Gen G, definitely the scariest part. Now up against two-time world champion Beryl, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird to say because a lot of people are going to focus on Chovy and Peanut's been in really good form, but Pays and Delight in particular, everyone expected
Delight's
it after
been
this.
So good.
Yeah, spring was fantastic for Pays, but Delight in summer has been monstrous. And I think the return to all these engaged champions, the Rakan in particular, he has been more than happy with, as I think most supports are. I don't think there's many supports who are like, oh, Yumi's meta? Oh, can't wait.
Yeah, no, I think it's only Kellen who was excited about the Enchanter meta, and everybody else pretty happy to get back towards the Nautilus and Leona. But here we are, into the pick ban for game number 1. DRX on the blue side, they will be banning away the Vi, and there goes the Jax. Not going to see that one from Rascal. Definitely very Peanut-focused. We'll see whether we continue up on the top side of the map for our Gen G bans, as Nico will be taken away. Some of the obligatory ones still do need to be removed. Just a reminder, this is 13-12. We reverted because we lost some minions. Make sure that if you do find them, let us know, and then we can move forward as far as our patch cycle is concerned. Last ban here for DRX. What is it going to be, Orcs?
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they go in a direction of
the LeBlanc on the blue side.
LeBlanc makes sense. Sejuani still open, a lot of jungle bans to leave that available. Interesting to see if DRX pick it up. There's still Annie, Azir open on the cards, which obviously pretty high priority. Kai'Sa still not really a pick we see banned so often, but picked very often in the
every
game.
Yep.
Yeah. So Sejuani going to be banned, so filling out the jungle bans, there's still like Viego and Maokai who are in like the upper tiers. But Tristana going to be left open, and Ivan, something we haven't really seen too much of because Trista's been banned.
Yeah, and Fate doesn't have a Tristana license, unfortunately. I don't think he had a very good game on it the last time we saw him play it. But like you say, it is a good matchup into the Kai'Sa. So, Gen G, it's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? Because you have to pick up Kai'Sa to avoid DRX having Tristana and Kai'Sa, or you risk the fact that Tristana could jump on you on the bottom side of the map. It is going to be the Annie picked into potentially the Trist if they decide to put it there. Where is Fate going to go? Is it going to be Tristana in the mid lane? And are they going to pick an Ivern alongside it? That is my question. Very interested to see whether DRX are going to go all that way. Maybe Ivern and Ashe, so that, or Maokai and Ashe, so they can have 2 extra DRX skins. The Maokai going to be locked in. Juhan can wear his own skin today. Very, very cool stuff. And there's the Xayah, of course, and that's going to be picked into the Kai'Sa as we see all the time.
Yeah, interesting to see the Maokai instead of the Ivan.
Yeah.
How prominent the Ivan has been when he's been available, super high win rate. But opted that instead, and Gen G going to answer with the Kazakhs. They do have a decent amount of setup from the Annie, and I'm certain that Delight will be picking an engage pick to sort of round it out. The Kazakhs, not something I'm super hot on, but obviously a lot of jungle bans do limit your options.
Yeah, and Peanut has really enjoyed this. We've also seen Annie Kazakhs be fairly powerful. The setup there for the Kazakhs is quite strong, with the Annie in the mid lane being able to have targeted CC and all that good stuff. Might be a possibility here, but of course, Tristana difficult to lock down, and even if you see a Q flying at your head, you can just press your W. Things are generally fine.
Yeah, Braum banned away, kind of setting up that potentially Gen G want to go for a Nautilus, or at least force the ban. I wouldn't be surprised that all of DRX just ban the Nautilus out in this situation. But still, the likes of Rakan available, which, you know, I feel like that's the difficult thing, is that if Rakan's left open, then Gen G can just take it on 4 if they really want to, and obviously deny that pairing between the Xayah Rakan. So I don't even think you need to necessarily ban it here.
Ooh, Alistar going to be taken away here, even though the Rel was banned. An interesting choice.
They're just banning, like, a lot of these melee supports. They're still, like, you know, I think they're trying to set up DRX to ban the Nord, and then they take the Rakan themselves. So I'd be interested to see if DRX don't opt for that and go in a different direction.
Well, you can see Beryl certainly trying to take control of this draft for now. The Rumble going to be banned away from Doran. Of course, we did see just how powerful the Annie Rumble was. Maybe the Annie portion of it, not necessarily the most, but definitely the Rumble being pretty ridiculous. Going to have an honest top lane by the looks of things. This is what you were talking about. The Rakan can just be picked away, and that's exactly what Delight is going to do, one of his favorites.
Yeah, I think the Nord pairing is a lot better with the Kai'Sa compared to the Xayah, but the Rakan does really well with the Kai'Sa as well. Delight's been phenomenal on it, and works as a denial. This pick's been super strong, so see that go through. And DRX,
I wonder whether they'll pick Belveth or Ivern.
Interesting. Could end up being
Maokai
support.
Maokai support, Ivern support, Ornn support. We have no idea. You know, one of these champions is support.
We've seen a lot of tree-on-tree action, but never 2 trees on the same team.
I know.
So
this is the first Entmoot agreement that
and actually, Maokai into Rakan, one of the things Rakan gets countered by is point-and-click CC.
Yeah.
So, you know, it honestly makes sense.
And I personally cannot see the forest through the trees. That is, that's all I'm saying. K'Sante, when in doubt, just K'Sante it.
But you know, K'Sante's been a pick that's struggled recently. The win rate's kind of been dropping off. I know everyone has a deep hatred for this pick, especially Showmaker.
Not me.
But in terms of actual effectiveness, it hasn't been racking up the wins recently. You know, it did get a little bit of a nerf, but I think the meta has just shifted a bit. Especially when we have a lot more independent AD carries like Kai'Sa, like Xayah, who can actually outplay the K'Sante. It's not like, you know, a Felios who'd get dragged away and would be like, oh no, I'm now alone.
And do you know what this is? This is DRX being very annoyed about what happened to them when D+ flexed that LeBlanc towards the top lane. They were like, oh, you outthought us in draft. Do you know what we're going to do?
You can flex champions?
Exactly. They're like, oh, Well, in that case, allow us to flex everything all over the place, even if it's not supposed to. We're going to have multiple trees. You thought that we could only have one tree? That is not the case.
And you know what they say? One tree is just a tree, but two trees is still just two trees. It's not really a forest.
It's just 2 trees. It's not a forest yet, no. But it is double the trees than you had prior to that. Crazy. Same as double the 80 carries. Also,
you could put like a hammock between two trees, though.
You can. Know? It does make it far more hammockable, which I think means agreeable, but I don't quite know. Here on the other side, just an honest draft here for Gen G. We'll see whether they can get through some of the cheese here that DRX have prepared for us. Let's hop into the rift for game number 1. Oh, Gen G fans in full voice. One of the DRX fans very close to the microphone. As it turned out, that one kind of blew up my ears a little bit.
That is the true carry performance.
Oh yeah, gorgeous. Dunkmaster Ivern is the only Ivern that we've ever seen in the LCK ever.
Yep.
I just like a base skin game. As Beryl.
Isn't that what's the other one? There's that Old God Ivern or something? The spooky one?
To be perfectly honest, I don't play a lot of Ivern.
Yeah, but I've seen, because it's like him, Nocturne maybe, I think Ornn as well have those like...
Nocturne has one skin.
Well, no, I mean, these aren't commonly seen skins, but they have like this spooky old god sort of theme.
Oh, that's cool. So like sort of like a Alawi vibe.
Kinda, yeah. Except a bit like, more like things you wouldn't want to run into in the forest, you know?
Okay, like Beryl.
Kind of Nightmare Fuel sort of skins.
Could you imagine like winning worlds with DRX, having the guy on your team who had the Maokai skin and then not picking the Maokai skin?
Maybe.
Can you also imagine not picking your own Leona skin ever?
Yeah.
That's Beryl, everyone. That's how we do it. He's just been used to this skin for like the year that it's been out.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he has this skin for the animations. You know, like the W animation, really important on Maokai.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does just give you a little bit of an advantage, something like that. Not quite eye Blitzcrank, but still pretty good. As Pays hasn't lost a lot. Chovy, 1 game lost.
Oh my god, the Annie's kissed.
It is pretty disappointing, isn't it? It's been a while since
in fairness,
many of those losses have come through.
Gen G just tend to do a lot of winning, so I don't know how much of that is down to the picks. A lot of it down just to the fact that they're pretty good.
Well, the last time support Maokai was picked, it was actually Vista. Over 2 years ago. Into Harp on KT. Wow, it's been a long time. Harp no longer in the LCK.
Whoa.
And Beryl 7-1 on the Maokai support. This was, of course, a Senna Maokai type situation from back in the day. So don't think of it as just an honest support. It was more like Tank Maokai existed in the bottom lane with Senna there. One of Ghost's more effective picks back in the day.
Yeah, we get this typical Ivan just vibing his way through the forest.
Oh yeah, being friends with it, stuff like that. Friends with rocks. That is it's just how that's how it goes when you're Ivan.
You can be friends with anyone.
Exactly.
It's not the other team though.
No.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like as this game goes later, like there is engage options on the side of Gen G, but like in a grouped 5v5, DRX should be in a really good spot. And you know, we look at the composition of Gen G. Top lane's obviously going pretty well so far, but like bot lane, you're getting pushed on a tower. Mid lane, the Tristana's gonna be having a good time. Kha'Zix doesn't really interact much with lanes until level 6, so all things considered, DRX should have a smooth laning phase, but it looks like Peanut's trying to break that up a little bit.
Yeah, you can see now, Doran wants to find the Q. There's the flash, he guarantees it. Peanut's just gonna wander over, dives on in, and that is gonna be first blood. Flashes out. And top of the morning to you, Rascal. That is going to be the first kill of the game. First blood going over to Peanut.
Yep, not a solo kill, but I'm sure...
But a solo death.
So isolated death, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, stacking up the numbers on them a little bit. And I think... we're going to replay it. I think Doran plays this about as well as you can. You know, you kind of want to avoid your knockback being cancelled by the W off the Ornn, so flashes and goes for the 3rd Q to really catch him out. Get him to knock back, and at that point, he's just dead.
He was. He is on, so he's probably just going to teleport back and continue, building things and stuff like that, having a great time. So not going to be the end of the world or anything like that. And you can see.
You know what I've just realized?
Yes.
Synergy, right? Maokai saplings empowered in brushes.
Or create brushes for them?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine you're standing trying to defend a tower, and a sapling gets thrown in, and then a bush just appears underneath it.
True. Rascal actually winning out on the trade here, as both of these top laners have teleported back, so an honest trade between the two. As Chovy and Fate just going toe-to-toe. Juhan just trying to make it a little bit more difficult for Chovy to play the game.
I feel like he's making it more difficult for Fate, though. He put the brushes there, and like Chovy was the one standing in them. So, not the most helpful always. One of the changes I actually did with Ivern is that if you lose vision of brushes for like a certain amount of time, they actually fade away quicker, which is quite nice, because sometimes you'd like put a brush somewhere, like in a lane like there, and then it would just end up favoring the other team.
Yeah, true. Well, that's handy. That's all right. Doran just going to push these minions around, seeing whether he can find a few extra ones in order to move us towards 13-13. Beryl down towards the bottom side alongside Delight. Two of them just facing off, bird versus tree. As Chovy puts a bear onto Fate. Has a giggle about it, as Annie is wont to do.
Yeah, that's just typical Annie matchup.
It really is.
It's just so frustrating to play against.
This is big bad Tibbers, right? Basically, this is like Annie Red Riding Hood type situation. As there is the rocket jump. Chovy, Cold Tibbers back. But no, it's just going to be the explosive charge.
You know what that was?
What was that?
Tier 2 boots. Chovy has Tier 2 boots, just able to walk it off. And Fate couldn't keep up, couldn't stack up the bomb. And this is actually so sad because these camps have been marked already, so the time has been invested.
Peanut is actually killing Juhan's friends.
That is messed up.
That is messed up.
The time has been taken to befriend these critters. And Peanut's like, you know what? I'm not a fan of that.
No, he's
Which kind of fits in as well with the fact that it's the Little Red Riding Hood Annie.
And also, like, Kazakh's kind of based off Alien as well. You know, they didn't have a lot of remorse. I seem to remember. As that's an all-out. The special delivery! And he does manage to get some knock-ups here and there, but he's still dead. Peanut's just going to jump on top of him. The Goomba Stomp going to come through there as, once again, the Ornn is dead.
Yeah, perfect angle, honestly, for that ultimate when you have your jungler just hanging out over there. Rascal not having a great start of this one. Juhan will just do what he does, and he comes over, puts a push down, gives a shield. Job done.
Yep, that's it. That's some high-class Ivern play. They need to take care of their Blacksmith in the top lane. He's having a rough time, as Beryl doesn't quite have the Aftershock anymore. He's lit on fire. Great blade call there from Paddock, though, to keep them at arm's length. Pays taking a bit of damage back as Juhan's going to make his way in. Brushes go down. There we go. Nailed it. Won the lane.
He's helping. He's contributing. You actually see a little bit of how the matchup goes though between the Maokai and the Rakan. The reason for this pick is when Rakan W's in, you can actually use your W to go untargetable and dodge away from the knockup, which Beryl did there. Pretty sure if you got hit by that W, you'd have to have been flash at a minimum. So, nicely played by Beryl, kind of showing why he's opted into this matchup. And yeah, he's now level 6 already. He's actually level 6 faster than Paddock is.
Yeah, he was hanging out in that lane as Paddock was making his way back from base. So that means Nature's Grasp going to be available. There is the Feather Storm as well. Pay's still yet to get towards the Killer Instinct, but I'm sure he'll find it. There it is. And so, we're cruising towards the mid-game. Of course, Rascal, it's been a rocky ride thus far, but he's on. Doesn't really care. Tibbers comes down yet again. Is provided a brush to hang out in. Thanks, Juhan. Juhan really is actually just a lawn provider.
You know what we can have in this game?
What's that?
Daisy against Tibbers.
Oh, the matchup for the ages.
Who do you think would win?
I think Tibbers.
I think it depends, like, how much... I think if both of the champions are, like, helping, I think Daisy might end up winning. Like, if you're shielding Daisy and also the W giving the on-hit damage, but I think if you just leave them to their own devices, then yeah, I'd say Tibbers.
Depends. Is Leandri's going to be built?
Oh, true, that's a factor.
So I think
is Nash's going to be built?
Oh, yeah, see?
You know, goes both ways.
There's plenty of things to take into account. Where's Press the attack? Okay. Peanut is going to be getting to work on this Drake, and in the meantime, Juhan will be taking down Shelly. Provide some plates for the team. Shelly hanging out in the brush, just disappears. Pretty crazy. Must be a pretty large brush, as it turns out.
I mean, considering it can hide like a Cho'Gath, then
yeah,
Malphite, you know, size of a mountain, hides in a little bit of grass.
True. Paddock's going to face check. That is a knocker. Peanut going to come on over, and Paddock's going to Feather Storm and die.
Yeah, I think he had to flash before he eat there, but either way, walking in there, not the ideal situation. Especially when you have a Maokai on your team, you kind of want him to be there, checking those brushes with the saplings. And now, they should be able to get some plates here for FaZe, but the Herald's going to come out in return. Herald and Daisy.
Oh dear.
There's the battle.
All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh no, but Fate's there, Juhan's there. Daisy's just paying attention to the turret, and Tibbs is just eradicated.
Yeah, I guess the winner is Smite. And also, Daisy had Herald as well. That's kind of cheating.
That was very one-sided. We're going to say that that's a similar situation. Tibbs was put in the same situation as Rascal was the entire early game.
Yeah, that was kind of a rigged fight.
Yeah, very unfair.
I want a refund on that one, honestly.
Yeah, so do I. Belly's Breath going to be used here by Rascal, who's Barmy Cinder actually helping him out. Oftentimes, I experience Barmy Cinder trolling me completely. When I'm underneath the turret, not happening this time around. Worked out beautifully.
It's like, I'm going to go clear the Krugs. And then Genji objected to that.
Yeah. Delight just running around in circles a bit. And yes. Pretty comfortable kill there for Peanut. That puts him on 3-0. Killing spree for the Kazakhs. This is the best feeling for the Insectors. Teleport from Genji. They're looking for the bottom lane. And Paddock. It's a decent flash to try and get himself out of the way. And he will be able to survive. But now, no Featherstorm, no Flash, no Cleanse. Could make things hard moving forward.
The timing was actually really good in that, going for it when they knew the Featherstorm was down, but the execution from DRX really solid to try and mitigate. And now we actually see Fate has some alone time mid, so they might look to try and get some more plates here. Doran's moved to cover though. Yeah. Genji waiting for Rascal to try and take any minions.
Yeah, Trevi just not going to let him do that, as we can see.
Don't do it, Rascal.
Well, Peanut is going to be distracted by a Rift Sculler, as junglers generally are. Not going to quite find too many Gromps or anything, as the Merkles also have been taken. So
to a better place.
His time a little bit.
By Ivan, so they can't be killed.
Yep.
By Peanut.
Yep. They've been freed. As Peanut now thinking about the Fate opportunity, but Root Collar is going to connect, and that gives away the fact that it is not going to be a one-sided battle. So not one that Peanut does want to take.
You know, this Kazakh's been doing pretty well. Got the Umbral Glaive now, so can sort of play the Vision game quite effectively. And this is what we saw. We had that series between Genji and D+, where both Canyon and Peanut played the Kazakhs in different games. And it was very much about like suffocating the enemy out. Once you had that Umbral Glaive, once you're able to get a lead in terms of farm. And we'll see if Peanut tries to do that a bit more. Right now getting that 1v1.
The tree going to get burned down. Does have the Nature's Grasp and has to flash to get out of the way of the grand entrance. He is going to be all right, as now Rascal blows the Ornhorn, but Doran's going to be able to escape it. There's the flash out of the queue. Doran looking to chase him down here. Does have the all-out running, but Rascal's still going to be able to get to safety. Nicely played from both of these top laners.
Well, I'd say Rascal's ult was a little bit
I was thinking like the dash out of the way.
That was good.
From Doran was kind of cool.
Yeah.
So I was giving it to them on that front. But then did have to flash.
Hey, but he didn't die a third time, and that counts for something.
Although last time Peanut was there. So if he had got solo killed this time, it would have been a little bit of downgraded situation.
And Juhan once again making that impact in the lanes.
Oh, there we go.
Walk in, shield, put some brushes down. My job here is done.
And what a beautiful job it is. Gorgeously put together there. DRX have not managed to get a kill yet, but they have quite a pacifist composition with Ivern involved.
That is
so
true.
I like it. Staying on theme, as pacifist not exactly what you'd call Peanut. As Juwan's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Light also is going to run out of this one as well.
You know, I think he
Rocket
might have,
jump in mid.
I think he might have honestly just been able to walk it down towards Delight. And Delight was obviously getting threatened by Paddock. He might have not had to flash there, but plays it safe. Wants to get out of a sticky situation. You know, especially compared to last series where we saw like 1,200 gold for T1 in terms of plates. Not that much from either side overall. Both teams have all towers standing still.
Yeah.
And with Dragon spawning up at 10, Herald in a minute, I feel like that'll be the next port of call for both teams.
If the towers weren't standing still, would they be mobile? Like, I thought towers were always standing still.
Yeah, but they're not always standing up.
Ah.
You know, sometimes they run out of health, they're going to take a little lie down for the rest of the game.
Oh, they're still standing?
Yeah.
I thought that you'd played a game with, like, moving towers, just run around the map. That would be kind of crazy.
That would be pretty fun.
Maybe that could be a game mode. As Doran's going to go all out. Rascal taking a bit of damage here as the teleport does come forward from Chovy. They get the lockdown, and Doran just tends to call his friends, and that works out for him.
This is just kind of being a little bit of a bully Rascal game for the side of Gen G. Not letting him have fun, not letting him scale up, but yeah. Now 0-3. He isn't Ornn though. I mean, of all the champs that you play, like, well, he's still Ornn. It is kind of one of them, you know. It's not that big of a deal.
He's becoming less and less on the closer these deaths get to 10, though.
Yeah.
That's what it's kind of
He does have
feeling.
Sunfire.
That is true. He does have the best item in the game.
And he will eventually
have
get to the point where he hands out mythics, upgraded mythics. So, you know, it's still a big deficit, though, in favor of Gen G. And they are going for that second Herald, having taken top tier 1. The Light actually ends up being the one grabbing it.
Yeah, it's the one most mobile, I guess, so could battle dance and grand entrance and all that sort of stuff in order to get himself out of the pit, assuming DRX rotate over. They will be able to secure this outer turret, though, in the mid lane. That is certainly good news. DRX going to even out the turret score, Chovy being able to deal with this top outer.
Yeah, and get an objective bounty, and I think a big thing is there's a significant gold lead in favor of Gen G, but a ton of it is on Peanut. And a Kha'Zix is significantly higher economy than like an Ivan. Ivan has cheap support items, and kind of is happy just to give over farm after the early game. So definitely a gold lead for Gen G, but I don't think DRX are too phased right now. And yeah, here, use everything to try and avoid the Cassante, and then Annie turns up and just says, well, here's my friend Tibbers.
Yeah, and T-Bar comes down and obliterates him. Sort of how it goes. Sometimes you get TP'd on. It's just how it goes. Doran will collect an explosive charge from Fate here as the witchy Tristana. Not my favorite. I'm still a firefighter Tristana fan.
That one's okay. Good. What do you think of the...
I like Dragon Tamer.
Yeah.
Dragon Tamer is also pretty cool.
The Dragon Swain skin. I'm not sure if that one's Dragon.
Oh yeah, that one's very cool.
Yeah.
And there's a Dragon Heimerdinger as well, right? We have
yeah.
That
That
set of turrets. That one's cool. Fan of that?
I'm a fan of that.
Alrighty. Gen G setting up for a fight over Daisy and Scuttle. As Peanut dives in, he's got an evolved W. He's feeling good about that. Root Caller is going to connect as Doran's just going in, as Cassante likes to do. Pretty happy about it. Feathers fly, and then they just leave. So DRX, ooh, Peanut still just on the hunt.
He's a big shield, though, you know?
Yeah, Trigger Seed is it's a pretty good ability. Glad it's getting nerfed on 13-13, right? Ivan's getting nerfed, so it must be getting nerfed, right?
I can't remember, actually.
It's not.
He is definitely getting nerfed.
It's definitely not. Daisy getting nerfed a little bit, and the shield, not so much.
It is what it is. And I think that's the thing, like, later in the game, you can just spam shield on people, and how is Kha'Zix supposed to assassinate them? That's the question.
Well, maybe with Q and W and auto attacks.
I mean, that's what he'll try.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of E-ing.
Yeah, a bit of E-ing. That could close the gap. I believe Kha'Zix's E is called Leap.
Is that it? It's just called Leap?
Yeah.
It is a Leap. I know. I feel like there's some abilities that just have like the most plain, boring name that you're like, that can't be it.
Yeah, and then there's some abilities that are just the most convoluted ever.
Yeah.
You know?
What other ones are like really simple and straightforward?
I mean, explosive charge. Just basically what it is.
Yeah, but that is still too weird, you know.
Yeah. Is there like
an Leap could apply to like
slap?
Well, there's like Cled's ult is just charge.
That's true, but it's got a lot of A's.
Yeah, that does kind of make it unique.
Yeah. Ooh, Na's ult doesn't have a name.
Isn't it just Nah?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just him.
Yeah. Oh, and your E in Meganar form is just Crush. And then just
That's
hop.
a good example.
And
Crush and Hop, yeah.
Crush and Hop's pretty good.
Crush and Hop.
I like Wallop as well, because you actually just Wallop.
He's accurate.
That is fantastic. And otherwise, you're Hyper. I think Na's ability names, very good for us commentators. As Daisy, not very alive.
You kind of just say what they do, and you're correct.
Yeah, it's beautiful. As Doran also going all out, you know, I like that. That was a good name. I'm a fan of it.
It kind of feels fitting.
Do you know what I don't like?
What?
Chum the Waters.
What? Fizz.
Yeah. I like Big Shark. I would prefer it if I could just say Big Shark, and I do. I just ignore the fact that it's called Chum the Waters.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. It takes me out of the vibe.
I don't like saying it.
No, I don't like it. There's a few other. I mean, Tibbers is pretty good. Just Tibbers.
It's actually summon colon space Tibbers.
Ah, like command colon space shockwave.
Yeah.
And every other ability.
Yeah. Gotta get the punctuation in.
Ooh, if you take away command, then Oriana's Q is pretty good because it's just attack.
Uh-oh.
As Paddock might be dead, there is a Feather Storm. He does have Flash because we haven't really done anything for the last little while.
Yeah.
We're talking about ability names that we enjoy.
But now Paddock doesn't have ult, so they can just head over to Dragon and pick that one up pretty easy. So I don't think we're going to get some action anytime soon. It's just going to be a matter of them picking up their second Dragon of the game. And again, this is kind of the feeling when you have this Kha'Zix in, especially as they have the Kai'Sa as well. You can kind of just poke, maintain distance, and keep trying to just suffocate the enemy team out of the game.
Kind of wish we had a Cho'Gath in the game. Because then we'd have like the Vorpal spikes, the Void spikes, and the Void Seeker. And like all the things that have like a very similar name. Could be kind of fun.
Very Void themed.
Yeah. Pretty sure it's like Void spikes, which is the... something. The Kha'Zix W.
Isn't Kha'Zix W Void spikes?
Yeah, I think it's Void spikes is Kha'Zix W, and then Vorpal spikes is Cho'Gath's E.
And then Q's Rupture, right?
Yes, it is.
W's...
And Barrel Scream! And then Armor Roll. That's Feast. But it's Armor Roll.
Yeah.
I think actually is the...
That's not the Gentleman Cho'Gath, the noise he makes?
Oh, Rupture, up you go. My all-time favorite voice line in the game. Oh, Gentleman Cho'Gath, what a skin. Anyway, we've sold a lot of skins today, as Voidseeker is going to find Juhan, well named. As Gen G parking themselves around this Baron. It's been alive for a couple of minutes thus far. And Chovy killing minions in a side lane.
As he loves to do.
He does sometimes do that. Currently 20 CS above the clock. Nicely done. Close to 30. But he's 10 ahead of Fate, who is just drawing beats, having a pretty good time as the Tristana, to be perfectly honest. 0-0-0. Kind of happy scoreline, honestly.
Yeah, and honestly,
for a scaling champion.
If this game keeps going in this direction, I don't think DRX are too against it. You know, they're obviously in a big deficit now, but if the game just continues on and they get to build some more items, like both the carries now have Kraken Slayer and Navori, which is a nice spike. If they get to 3 or 4 items, they're in a really decent spot to teamfight. And obviously, the Drakes kind of put a timer on that. But maybe Gen G feel pressured at some point to start a Baron, in which case DRX could look for something. We've now seen the first ornament come in for Rascal, so he's going to soon be able to upgrade his allies' items. And I feel like that's the point. You know, once you've upgraded a few your allies' items, they've got like 3 or so.
Yeah.
I think maybe you opt in then.
Oh, as all right, we're making friends with the Brambleback, and Peanut not going to be able to take it away.
That's one of the annoying things about facing an Ivan is when you're like trying to contest a buff and he just
yoink.
Yeah.
Yep.
Low count play.
It's good though. It reminds me of, you know, like you're going in to save the animals, and he does do that.
Like you're leaping in front, you're like, stop! These are my friends.
Exactly. He's like, quickly get out the back door, something like that. And the Brambleback's like, all right, and out he goes. Daisy. Gonna get subbed out for now. We'll see whether Juhan is going to put her back in again. As Doran here towards the bottom side is just splitting. Cassante not exactly the most notable split push champion, but is doing a pretty good job at the moment. We'll send that entire wave over there. As Peanut throwing spikes around. Umbral Glaive going to spot out his the control ward. And it really has been a game that is kind of slowed down, and maybe it does work out. quite well for DRX, or maybe they are just putting off the inevitable. We'll have to see.
It's like in Lord of the Rings when the Ents are having that conversation.
The Entmoot, yes.
And it takes like a really long time.
Yeah, for each word.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that sort of vibe.
Yeah. And we're like Merry and Pippin, and we're just waiting. waiting.
Come on, you need to fight them!
Yep.
And they finished saying good morning.
I think I would be Pippin, wouldn't I? Merry was a bit smarter.
Yeah, I think that fits.
Duo. I wonder whether Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan are also in the same boat. I wonder whether their personalities outside of the actual hobbits that they were representing is similar.
I feel like if it didn't, it would kind of hit me on a deep level.
Me too.
Yeah.
They're also such great friends. Have you seen their content that they do together? They do so much content together. It's fantastic.
Oh. Haven't seen as much.
You know they play League, right?
Yeah.
So cool. I think it was a Travis Gaffin interview with him or something like that.
I saw that, yeah.
Very cool stuff. I'm glad that we actually went completely off topic and then brought it back on topic again to at least League of Legends, not this game, because nothing's happening in this game, guys. But at least we got back
Who
there.
do you think out of the Lord of the Rings characters would be best on League of Legends?
Legolas.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think Orlando Bloom would have just... He'd be one of those people that doesn't tilt, but like, you don't know whether he doesn't tilt because he also doesn't lose.
And he'd be an 80 carry player, of course.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only way. Skating downstairs and stuff like that. Who would be the best teammate, though?
Probably Aragorn. He'd be like in Plat, and he'd do like rousing speeches. Be like, come on, guys, we can win this. And he'd play Garen every game.
Oh, yeah.
Gondor!
Yeah. And he'd run him by himself, and that's why he's unfortunately still in Plat. All right, Doran's going to find a flank angle. We are saved! As there is a potential fight. He does pull Rascal back like he's been doing. never mind, we're not saved.
That was the
sort
closest.
of happened.
That was the closest we've had to a fight in the whole trilogy.
Yep. Yeah, we're getting towards Mordor, though. Okay, here it is. The call of the Forge God, and Doran says no to CC. Pace says I'm too far away. And Peanut says I'm taking a dragon, guys. Like, just, you know, this whole wave is dying bot lane. What's macro? Not sure. As Delight wandering around in circles momentarily. There is going to be a Bramble Smash, and Delight will be taken down in trade for the dragon. Fantastic use of the ultimate there from Beryl. Good to see them on the board now in the kill department. There's still a 6,000 gold lead for Gen G, but without Delight, the engage becomes far more difficult. Peanut looking to clear out vision. Beryl off to the side. He doesn't have the Nature's Grasp. There is no call of the Forge God. This is an optimistic Baron. As Doran's taking a lot of damage, though these feathers are scary. Daisy getting involved as well. The all-out comes through, though, and Beryl gives him a way out. And the flash forward finds the Q. How are they doing it? They had one less alive, and they still find the team fight. Fate is still up. But this is so scary. Pace has so much damage, and the nurse is coming. Fate, yes, he does look a little bit injured, but this is not, this is not the answer. And that looked like it missed. But if your name's Pace, you just hit those.
Yeah, I think we're so focused on Chovy dying to the Tristana bomb that it kind of like, we missed the fact that Gen G just completely swept that fight.
Yeah.
So from the replay, obviously Delight just a little bit overextended, and so easy for the Maokai if you get in range. Press W, take him out.
Doran in a team fight, man. He just finds the way.
Yeah. Here, so we see Beryl go quite aggressive, but a bit too close to drain, so Doran actually gets like a path out here with the ult. Rascal's super chunked out here, and then Doran, massive in this team fight, finding that knock up there. Just a huge performance, considering he was focused down at first as well.
Yeah, and I feel like I saw this yesterday or the day before, where it was. I think it might have been Dudu or somebody else was playing the Cassante. They did the walk up and try to be the hero, and then they exploded.
Yep. I love how they show...
I was expecting to see that again.
I love how they show Delight just chilling, you know, not a participant in that team fight.
Nope. Daisy also not a participant on the Rift anymore. And that was Soul Point picked up as well, and now it's followed up with a Baron. And after a whole lot of nothing, talking about Lord of the Rings and things like that was happening, we find ourselves in a game state where Gen G are 13,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, and a lot of armor on this Cassante. Going up against 280 carries, that makes a lot of sense. And he is ridiculously tanky at this point.
Yeah. And Rascal, he's lying in wait. He's being the sentinel that DRX need. And he's being hit by spikes over and over again.
I just saw Fate put like an explosive charge on Doran. And I didn't even see his health move.
No, it may not have. There might have been a shield there. Glide also has one of those. Rascal taking
look, there's another.
Somewhat meaningful damage. Peanut needs to get out of the way. He's not quite that tanky as Void Seeker is going to find Beryl. And the spikes, if it finds the squishies, actually, Peanut's doing a lot of damage. Beryl.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, the Root Caller going to get him in there, but he's not actually able to dive onto Peanut. And if he had pressed Twisted Advance, he may have just instantly died.
Yeah, that may have been a terrible move that he would have regretted. So I understand the apprehension.
Peanut is trying to bait out Beryl over and over again. That is why he's doing this, I swear. That's what it feels like to me anyway, as Paddock is just clearing out the wave as best he can. These brushes being thrown down everywhere. Daisy lurking, looking for her opportunity to strike.
You know, I think until DRX have Blood Dominics on both of their 80 carries, it's going to be really hard to kill Doran.
Yeah.
And he is just going to sit on them and do an ungodly amount of damage while being invincible.
And
how much armor does he have at this point? Like, it must be like 400?
All of it. The most
500?
Yeah, that is an obscene...
A million?
An obscene amount of armor. Maybe a million. It might be a million. I think that might be the technical amount of armor that he has.
Yeah.
Exactly a million.
Enough.
Let's go with that. Exactly a million. They do have the Navari Quicker Blades as well completed, as Beryl is dead. Doran's diving forward. They do get the rocket jump out of Fate, but has he actually gone far enough? Great knock up onto Paddock, but he's still going to stay alive. In goes FaZe, though, gets the Feather Storm out. Supercharger to reposition, and now FaZe could be... Fate, sorry, could be caught out, but he's not going to be. And that is the inhibitor turret going down, and even though the fight isn't quite over yet, the base might be. And the wallets are just so heavy, Orcs.
Yep, bit too heavy. I mean, the item difference, top lane, it's just ridiculous. Doran's just walking up without a care in the world. They will take 2 inhibitors, and now, perfectly timed, there's a dragon in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Which will be Soul.
And Infernal Soul, I hear on the street, is pretty strong.
Also, like, you have champions like Kai'Sa and Kha'Zix who are great at proccing it with the long-range poke, but also, like, if you have K'Sante jumping on you, you just added extra damage when he was already immortal.
It's not very fair.
It's really not. So, DRX are trying to move up and contest, but that immortal man himself is there saying...
He's fighting Daisy, though.
He's fighting everyone.
Yeah, and in goes FaZe. That's a killer instinct that he just dives in on top of Paddock, and now they find the all-out. Doran gets himself in, gets himself out, and he'll take Fate with him as well. Peanut just looking for his target. The insect lurking in the backline as Beryl taking a lot of damage. He's trying to be the hero for his carries, but he's just going to go down. The resets are starting to fly through. Level 17 Kha'Zix. He is ridiculously strong. And now Paddock and Juhan just have to watch as their Nexus is taken out. Infernal Soul and all the rest of it here for Gen G. And honestly, they were never under too much threat throughout this game. Blade Caller kind of large there. Hayes taking a bit of damage. Some flashes being thrown around, but in the end, it is another Gen G victory that we're starting to get used to here in the LCK. But only game 1, a chance for DRX to bounce back as we head towards game 2.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the sort of game you expect with a strong Kha'Zix performance where they just suffocate you out, slowly build up advantage, slowly build up a lead, and then they win.
Yeah. And slowly was definitely the case throughout the mid-game, but it was slow suffocation with just like 3 kills on Kha'Zix, basically.
This was the extended edition, the director's cut.
It was. It was, and the extended edition is objectively just better.
Yeah.
We have to know, it would have been great if they put Tom Bombadil in. I mean, if they put a few more kills in the mid-game.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you can't really complain, because this got the full story. And the full story was Pei's doing a lot of damage that we didn't really notice because we were too busy watching Rascal get ganked over and over again in the top lane.
Bit of a rough one. Obviously, you know, we talked a lot about how both these top laners had a ton of solo kills. That didn't really happen. It was just bullying Rascal, and then that kind of expanded into bullying all of DRX.
Yeah.
Until you took the Nexus.
And you saw the gold graph as well, like so incredibly linear until we had the Desperation Baron attempt, and then it all kind of fell apart for DRX there. Yep. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, the space is going to break down that game. We'll get into game number 2. We'll see you there.
슬슬 싸워도 돼요.
들어온다 조심.
아 이거 싸워보자.
나가요.
나갈게. 30초.
잡아줘.
베이지 생각하고요 현준아.
자야 딸피. 야 뜨다.
좋은데요. 오른 끝까지 갈게.
더 가자. 오른 노플. 오른 보자. 방어 먼저 때려도 되고. 나궁 7초. 미드라인 있으면 끝날 듯.
아.
어. 1700킬. 딱딱 1킬.
딱 1킬 했네.
딱 1킬 했네. 이제 버스 달고요.
Finally, one final thing. I just want to say another goodbye to you, Law. It has been such a pleasure having you with us in the LCK family.
Likewise.
And
We're gonna miss you a lot.
We're going to miss you
I'm
a
gonna
lot
miss you
before
guys
you
as
come
well.
back forever.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm never leaving
Right?
again.
Never leave again.
But you're allowed to have your trial exit period. If
Okay.
you come back, we're locking the door behind you.
No.
It's a 1v1. And Divine gets it. Unreal. All coming down to that 1v1 duel.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up, we will emerge. もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다. 諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team Secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Flips good for 2 more and he gets 4 kills.
Global Esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Nowhere to get out. It's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCQ.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
But Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of DRX versus Gen G, and that one took quite a while, but eventually Gen G felt like they took one fight and then they won the game. They checked both the boxes. What did you guys think about this draft, though? Pretty interesting stuff.
Well, in terms of the draft here, the Kazakh's pick into Ivern, which is extremely squishy and has really no agency, is really strong if you get ahead in any way. Peanut was proactive, he got early kills, and with his Umbroglaive was able to then sweep vision, so not a whole lot that Juhan could do on this Ivern, obviously, except sit back and scale. So as Gen G, you have a ton of early vision with this composition. You're being oppressive, but you also can't really end the game. And as DRX, you want to sit back and scale with your double AD carry. So end up being a long and slow ride until that final team fight.
Yeah, I mean, DRX brought out the double tree comp, which is the Maokai and Ivern, but it's sure we understand that's a high value later in the game, but the thing is you're getting melted from the lane phase. That's not gonna bring to the later in the game. It was already 20-minute 5k differences with just the Gen G having just all the lead of what they needed to be able to snowball the game. They had 3 Dragon Soul point, and it's the Baron, they can always pressure when they want it. But I mean, I'll say the DRX actually stole better than what I expected.
Yeah, you know, they hung on for quite a while, but Slow and Steady did not win the race for them. Let's take a look at the first highlight here, which is basically just Peanut dunking on some laners and making the game about him.
So Peanut comes up here, right? Doran's setting this up, and Rascal doesn't flash until too late, and of course is subsequently killed. And then, obviously, Peanut has a little bit more attention up here, sets this up, and then he's pulled into the wall, and this just isn't respected by Rascal, unfortunately. It's not like he was standing on the wall, but you have to know the engage can push you into the wall, you can get all-outed through. He just doesn't think Peanut's there, but they have no vision here whatsoever because they're so significantly behind, and this is a bit of a face check.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the DRX, they were getting Herald, and Gen G was getting Drake. So they must have known that they could have been in. 2 people easily could have been inside the bush, but we understand Krug's up, but you gotta not making this mistake.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an issue for sure. I mean, if you're trying to scale with this much scaling, this hard forcing, this kind of composition, you need to be basically perfect for a long time. So they weren't able to do quite that, and Gen G got a nice little lead. And then eventually we did get to the Baron, which was the second highlight here, which 4v5. Gen G still able to win the fight.
Yeah, this was kind of what Hui and I kept referring to as the last chance, the last hope for DRX, because maybe at this point, with the numbers you have here, you actually can win a fight. You can get those resets for the Tristana, but the target selection isn't great. They're not able to actually blow anybody up, and while this comp scales, it also needs to be extremely precise in its target selection to then be able to front to back, and Gen G, they were ahead. They fought this way better, and I mean, there's a stronger team straight up right now.
Yeah, I mean, basically that's why with Gen G we call they're actually best team in the LCK right now, because the scrimmage is extremely well around the object. They're not usually making mistake around it, so that's why the game is really solid and consistent, and that's why they're at the #1 and haven't lost yet.
They have not lost yet, and I don't think that today's going to be any different. But let's take a look at the POG for game #1 and see who on the side of Gen G will pick this one up. It will be Doran on the Cassante, able to gift Peanut, a couple of kills, and I think that Peanut will get a lot of votes as well.
I mean, Doran had some really nice team fighting later on too, even though it was really, 2 team fights basically this game, except the crossing the finish line fight. But he did set Peanut up for success here. I think it was the 2 of them, that really were the defining players here for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, we gave to Peanut, but the thing is, I think the Doran in the middle of the fight, where he can actually find the best ability that he can actually use the Psalms, and even these fight, also he has none that. Actually, most of the team fight, he's just play perfect as much as he can, and he was won the probably the 4v5 team fight actually just didn't come out because we already checked. Those fights, actually he played perfectly well.
Yeah, a lot of jungle votes here for Peanut as well, unsurprisingly. It was the 2 of them that really were the ones who got the snowball rolling.
Just putting 1 and 1 together to make 2 and to make the first victory for Gen G. We do have DRX now moving on towards the blue side again for the second game, so we'll have to wait and see if they do run it back with this one and if we get any other changes. Speaking of changes, We do have one change, and it is coming to DRX in the jungle, as Juhan is going to be subbed out for Krako here in game number 2. Any thoughts on this, guys?
I mean, at this point of the season, your playoff chances are very low. It feels like almost lost for sure as DRX. Maybe it's time to give Krako another chance. I don't think this is necessarily performance-based. You're playing Ivern into Kha'Zix. Your whole team fell apart. Can't really blame Juhan.
Well, I think it's based on, like, they just want to change the airflow, like how the flow on them right now is like they got absolutely kind of dominated by the Gen.G. So at least, you know, they got to do better proactive play in an early game. Like, I think that probably the Krako has more aggressiveness in the early game. That's how I feel like they wanted to try more, thingy.
Yeah, I think this comp will definitely look a little bit different, but we'll have to wait and see what the idea will be here for game number 2. But we are done on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, astronauts, for the breakdown of game number 1. And there is a very quizzical POG Doran there waiting for his next opportunity to go to battle.
Thinking, does it really count as a POG if I played K'Sante?
Ooh, very good question. And we'll never know.
Or is it a COG? Champion of the game.
CLG?
CLG.
Ah.
They're back.
Whoa. It's really cool. I really liked it when Doublelift was on CLG. That was my favorite time.
Showing your age there, old man.
Well, I tend to do it. I think I did it enough in the last game, and I'm going to continue to do it here. So, Krako making his way back in again. It's been a while since we've seen him, of course. Subbed out for understandable reasons, to be honest. Was not having a great performance towards the start of the split. And honestly, the iteration that we saw in Game 1 was the best that DRX have managed to do, performance-wise, I think, as far as this team is concerned. But we've seen far higher highs for Krako in the past. He was part of what made Live Sandbox as romantic as they were back in the day. So, we'll see what he's been doing, how much training he has done, and how much it's going to shake up the draft here, because DRX are going to remain on the blue side, and the bans may not necessarily change, or maybe they'll change a whole lot. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. Obviously, the Maokai Ivan, the flex was pretty cool, imaginative, but I think something we've seen as a common theme is that teams who are playing these sort of kite back, peel back compositions have been struggling.
Yeah.
Especially those in the lower end of the standing. And the teams who have more agency in the game or able to set up plays, be the ones being proactive, have tended to excel. So DRX's composition in theory makes a lot of sense. You can see how it plays out in the team fights, but getting there, not falling super far behind, and also being able to start the fights on your terms, all these things seemed a lot more difficult for them when they kind of just wanted to play it front to back.
Yeah.
So,
difficult situation here for DRX. I do want to go into something that Micro said. He said that he feels like, you know, the team's goal is obviously to make it to playoffs, and he feels like there's a 50% chance. And do you know what? I agree. Either they make it to playoffs or they don't.
That is very true.
There are one of two options. That sounds like a 50-50 to me.
I'd honestly, you know, 3-7 scoreline, it's, the thing is, like I said, Spring with Live Sandbox in the top 6, there was a gap between 6th and 7th that was quite sizable.
Yep.
I'd say quite early on, we kind of had playoffs locked. I don't think that's going to happen this time around. I think it's going to be a nail-biter, and we'll get towards the end of the season, we'll be like, oh, these teams are contesting for it, because there isn't like a clear 6th place team in terms of the standings. So I think there's still a lot of fight forward. You see 80 carries coming in, Aphelios coming in for Pays. Obviously, he is phenomenal on this pick, but we have really seen the priority dropped off. Not since the nerfs for Aphelios are not live, they're on 13-13, but all of his items, all of his friends, all of his everything was nerfed. You know, Bloodthirster, Gale Force, Overheal, Yuumi, Milio, all targeted, and that really dropped the priority for him.
Certainly did. Vi going to be locked in here for Gen.G, despite the fact that the Featherstormer is going to be there once again. See whether Peanut can navigate around it. As Krako on the Poppy.
Poppy, Zaya,
that
sounds
like
not good. Unfun experience, generally speaking.
Disfun. As Rel going to be locked in alongside the Zaya here for Beryl, of course. One of his more famous picks from back in the day. He used to play it a lot when he was on Damwon.
And you know, for all of Rel's strength that we've seen with the changes, she has struggled to translate into wins. I feel like the execution is harder on this champ compared to some others.
Whoa!
Braum coming in for the side of Gen G, so very much defensive pick. I think off the melee supports, he does far better into like Nautilus and Leona, I would say. Easier to disrupt their engage and body block. Rel can kind of, you know, go over and past him, but still a very effective pick into Xayah for sure, because the feathers do just stop at his shield instead of going behind. So Gen G opting for that one. Both teams with their junglers and bot lanes picked, so we'll see top and mid bans coming out here. The Annie and LeBlanc obviously already taken off the card, but Azir still an option that's open and available.
Yeah, quite a few things for the mid lane if they would like to lock that away. Doran could also go for something a little bit more safe towards that top side. He does generally like to play weak side in a lot of their matchups, and they could wait and counterpick for Chovy, make sure he's as comfortable as possible.
I feel like with the Vi there, Vi Ahri is a combo that I think, even though it's kind of fallen off a bit, we haven't seen it as much, still so good for Peanut and Chovy. So wouldn't be surprised to see them target that one. And we'll see. You know, I think Gen G, I feel like they'll go the direction of giving counterpick towards Doran in this situation.
You'd expect so. It's generally the top lane thing to do. It's not generally the Doran thing to do. He's often just like, I'm going to pick my thing, and you guys go ahead. Cassante going to be taken away here. So Jax, Cassante, Renekton, and Rumble, all four of them taken off the board. We're going to see something a bit different here, as there is the Ahri. I actually like this ban from DRX, because if Gen G decided to lock something in for Doran, like a Gragas or a Gnar or something like that, and then they pick the Ahri instead, although the Azir is available, I guess.
Yeah.
But if they pick the Ahri instead, then you can run into Lissandra. Lissandra Vi is actually still just fine as far as that combo is concerned. But the Azir will be locked out.
But you know what DRX could actually do? They could put the Poppy top, and they could go like Sejuani Yone in this situation. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty slick, because the expectation, you know, we think about the Poppy always being in the jungle role, but a flex here could be pretty potent. Not sure what else. They could just go for something a bit more tame into the Azir, but I think be daring, you know?
Yeah. I think you should just go for it. Sejuani part of it going to be locked in.
That's half of it.
All right.
The other half's right there. You know you want to.
It could be Sejuani Yone, or Fate could go all in. Sejuani Yasuo. Let's do it. Sejuani Akali is another one.
That is something you can do.
Yes. And there is a DRX skin for this champion, so they're going to lock that one in.
How can I forget? It's all about the skins, you know?
Exactly. And this is the only one that they have for this particular composition.
You know, Fate was probably saying, lock me Yone, and the coach was like, well, we don't have a skin for Yone. Can you go Akali? It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
As Doran going to jump back on to the gangplank once again, this time into the Poppy. Big grin from Rascal as he's like, all right, it's on. And we'll see how Doran's going to do. Last time he played the gangplank, it was pretty impressive. This time around might be a little bit different. And of course, with Poppy Sejuani up towards the top lane, it's going to be Rascal on this edge as well.
Yeah. Could I... You know, we saw one flex. There's more levels of flexes, right? Last game, they were flexing the trees. This game, they're flexing the tanks. There's just too many layers.
Exactly. Flexing the trees. That make it... They were like bamboo.
Yeah.
Relatively flexible.
Yep. And it's like in a cartoon when you flex it back, and then if you sit on it, you go flying off into the distance.
Yeah, and
which is what star thing Poppy does.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Oh, man, there are too many layers.
It all makes sense.
Oh. Okay, I need to wrap my head around this. There needs to be like some sort of animation as we get into the game. Maybe some augmented reality so we can look at the comps again.
That'd be pretty cool.
That could give me a little bit of time to get my head around exactly what this all means.
What's going on.
I don't think I'll get there. It's starting to form a picture in my mind. I'm starting to get there, thinking out loud here just a little bit. It's not quite working. As there's the little Chovy cat that doesn't really apply anymore. Now that he has got his braces off, they have done all of their work. DRX, they have one of the champions that has the DRX skin. It's going to be used by Fate. It wasn't used by Zeka the other day, which was very, very sad. And Sejuani top, making her way back to the LCK. It's been a very long time since she's been back up there. As Gen G, just a tried and true front-to-back team fighting composition with Peanut on the Vi. Let's see how they go as we hop onto the Rift for Game 2. Oh, did we not get fan chants? Where are the fan chants? Did we get them?
That was really weird. That threw me off.
Genji, Hana, set. Honey. Okay. I'm still waiting. Oh well,
Get a pause so we can get the fan chants in.
I was gonna say, like, can we do a replay or something?
Can we do a remake?
No, I don't know whether we need to go that far. Don't need to go that far. Well, let's just assume that the fans chanted. Maybe it was because the one of the DRX fans was like ear-splittingly loud last time, and they couldn't trust it again. They don't want to blow up people's ears. Not entirely sure. This is not the most popular Poppy skin. As like the reindeer Poppy or something like that. It looks like I like the little reindeer ears.
I like the hammer in the skin though.
Yep, hammer bell. Does it go bell sound?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering.
Neither do I. Everyone just plays Lollipoppy to troll everyone, in my experience.
You know, there will be players who don't know what original Lollipoppy looks like.
I know, it was so scary.
Which is probably for the best.
Yeah, it is definitely for the best.
That was,
You don't need to, like, get into the loading screen and already it's a horror show, you know? Like, that's... It's supposed to be a horror show after the first 15 minutes of the game, you know? Not loading screen.
Yeah.
Not very fair. As Fate and Chovy doing some battle.
Chovy doesn't go cut down when you're against like a very tanky composition of DRX. We're doing an interesting one. A lot of first picks here. I do think Doran is going to have a pretty chill time in the top lane. Obviously, there is kill potential with the Sejuani into the Gangplank. We've seen this when this matchup was there before. You kind of stack up your passive, stun, and it has to be post 6, and then you ult after he oranges, and then you finish him off there with the Ignite. But for the most part, I think Doran should be okay to try to just farm up in this matchup, and eventually will be an absolute menace.
See whether that is going to be the case. Rascal has done some funny business in the past, as Croco is going to be discovered by Peanut, who punches him a whole bunch of times. Level 2 to level 3, Vi with a large advantage in the jungle at the moment, as Chovy does manage to get the cannon minion. Croco's still going to fight this one, as you can see.
Yeah, and Peanut has to be so careful, because Rascal's moving over, and if you end up next to a wall, then you will get slammed into it and take a lot of damage.
Yep, Peanut is going to head towards the Dragon Pit by the looks of the pings and look to steal away the enemy Brambleback. As Rascal does have his wave right up against Doran's turret. And that means that I don't think Croco is going to be finding a gank anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite ready to dive at this point. Now, Peanut is going to cross over and steal away his opponent's red, just to balance things out. And honestly, you could transition quickly off that into a gank bot with how far pushed up Hardock and Barrel are. It looks like he just wants to mosey around in the jungle a bit more.
Yeah, he could get the Krugs as well. Go take Krugs
oh,
and
no,
then head.
Going for it.
Oh, yeah, no, this is Peanut.
That ward's not covering you, not doing you any favors.
Now, there's the flash forward from Delight. Gets the cleanse immediately as the Vault Breaker does come over. Beryl finds a double stun, though. Very nicely done there. Blade Caller also to snare them for a little bit longer. As Peanut's going to limp out of this one. Chovy down pretty low as now Croco with an opportunity to get himself a Rift Scuttler. Nicely played from the DRX jungler so far.
But also credit to Beryl there, because the focus was clearly going to be on Hardock, and he played Interrupt to stop the Q from Peanut without vision. He just knew he was going to be there because he saw them walking up in such a way. And one of the things as well with the new Rel is that your E increases your speed and an ally speed, so a little bit of extra mobility to try and get you out of a sticky situation. And all things considered, the fact that Hardock kept his flash, it's just the supports trading their flash and share you down a cleanse. I think you're pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. And Delight not having Hex Flash either. So just definitely a trade down.
Oh, so yeah, he loses his flash just to have nothing.
Exactly. Beryl doesn't even lose flash. He's still got flash. As you can see, he's charging over and over again, having the greatest of times. Being able to press your flash button and not worry about it, that is liberating.
Yeah.
It's a great
The weirdest thing, though, is when you're trying to press Hex Flash, his flash is about to come up, and you just regular flash.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
It is
definitely hasn't ever happened to me before.
No, it never happened to me either. Always perfect timing on that one. But I also, like you know, I am, never mind, a little bit of a fight here towards bottom side. Beryl not going to get stunned up. It'll be fine. But as you know, I actually think that putting Flash on cooldown is just good if you have Hex Flash. Just keep it Hex Flash. I actually think if that Keystone was just you spawn into the game with just Hex Splash forever, I'm down.
I think the Flash still has a bit too much value.
Nah, it's not about that. I would prefer, like, I think Flash should be used in purely message sending regards.
Like when you're in an ARAM at the start, you just flash in front of each other.
Yeah.
And then you see how many people you can get to do it.
Yeah. And you flash on the spot as well. You don't go in.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way to do it. It's just, it really is a show of force. As Fate in this mid lane, farming things up. You can see Chovy getting a nice little shove there.
Going the static shiv. Akali.
I didn't like it very much.
I didn't like it. So the good things is you can farm in a side lane very effectively and be quite a menace. It kind of works in a similar way to Chem Tank Akali in the fact that your mobility stacks it up very quickly. So you're able to...
Oh, Fate is going to get Emperor's Divided. As Delight comes on over, does manage to get at least the passive stacking up.
Yeah, that's flash and ult used by Fate there.
Yeah, it has to use the whole kit and caboodle.
So not going to have much pressure against Chovy after that. I believe we also saw the Emperor's Divide come in, so... But yeah, so Shiv is going to mean you have pressure in the side lane and all that stuff, and you have a lot of farming capability. We saw Zeka build up a big lead. He also got a lot of early kills in the skirmish, but then it rounded out with him being pretty useless despite being 5-0.
Yeah.
And I feel like Akali's a champion where you really want to be driving up the spikes, but if you're going the Shiv, it's delaying like your actual damage on your abilities quite considerably. So I'm not overly convinced. Maybe Fate will try and persuade us otherwise.
Well, we did see, you know, Closer debuting the Shiv LeBlanc, and that didn't work at all. And then we saw Showmaker, and we were calling for a desperate hotfix. You know, on the same day.
But also, Zeka already has an Akali skin.
Yeah, he is pretty good.
And he went 5-0.
Yeah. So theoretically, if it ain't good there, it's probably not. Is that what we're saying?
That's my intuition.
Okay. Well, we'll see whether you are just categorically wrong or whether you're going to be correct. Orcs, that's what, it's all about the learning experience.
That's the life of being a color caster, honestly.
Oh, precisely. As Paddock, he doesn't have level 6. He does have level 6, never mind. He's fine. Magnet Storm still being waited for here for Beryl.
Has no regular flash, still only the Hex Splash.
So you're telling me that he still has flash?
Well, he's not going to be able to charge up here.
That's cease and desist. And Cannon Barrage is going to be there. Beryl's like, I am dead. Please,
you know what?
Go on.
I don't think he had flash.
Well, he does now.
Oh, it's back up.
Yeah, there you go.
That's some good timing. You know,
Absolutely.
some precise timers for the side of Gen G, or they just went for it and hoped for the best.
And honestly, if Beryl had a flashed, that would have just put it on cooldown again. And Pays, he's going to grab 2 plates very comfortably. Red, white guns well and truly set up, having a pretty good time. Croco going to trade it for a Rift Herald. Certainly good news for DRX. Can use that mid, try and open up the map if they can. But Genji getting this lone Cloud Drake. Very sad for me. Hopefully next one is going to be Chemtech. And then there it is. Beautifully done. Now we don't need to worry. Just hope that it's not an Ocean, because I'm just not a huge fan of Ocean Soul. Do like the Rift.
What are you feeling for today?
I want Hextech.
Hextech?
Hextech just...
For the gates or for the Soul?
Both.
Yeah.
I think Hextech Rift is fun, and I think Hextech Soul is silly. But I also think individual Hextech Drakes feel good to get as well.
Yeah, I do like just the fact that when you have Soul, it's like, okay, we got Soul, we're in a pretty good shot of winning this. But maybe sometimes it can be a bit too much, you know?
Yeah, Hextech is definitely a bit
of a heavy one. Maybe you want a lighter meal sometimes.
Yeah. You saw Genji illustrate the amount of the amount of difficulty it is to press R on Vi and kill someone.
Not much difficulty.
No, it was well set up, of course. Peanut in the right place at the right time, as he has been all series long. And Doran back on his island over the top lane. And going even in farm. And if you see, like my rule for Gangplank is if you see that he's going even and he's not feeding, then he's winning.
Yep.
By a considerable margin.
And he is going to be so hard to deal with later. Because here's the thing, right? DRX have this... They have this composition where you have the Xayah and then you have the Akali. And those are like your main sources of damage. And Akali isn't really like a big DPS threat. And also is going to be liable to get blown up by all this AoE damage on the side of Gen G. It's not going to be fun trying to survive through all that. And I just think it's going to be so hard for Paddock to deal damage.
Yeah.
And he gets focused down, and then you're kind of relying on your front line and Akali. That's why I feel like the Akali just doesn't mesh as well. Because the thing with the Yone, as much as it's like similar that you're diving in long fights, Yone just keeps pumping more and more and more damage.
And you also have the ability to group your enemies up, get them out of position, things like that. I think his ultimate is that little bit more with the added CC. It's not like Akali, who is you're either dead or you're not.
Yeah.
With Yone, you can be in a really rough position in a team fight as well. It really does add to that value. I see what you're saying. Of course, Fate has been a pretty good Akali player in the past, but you do have to think back a fair way to find a lot of his success on the pick.
You know, I'm going to say it. I think for most Akali players, you have to think back quite a far way for the success on the pick.
True.
It's been a while since we've seen this pick showing up, and if all the Shiv champions, which people have tried a lot on, I wouldn't really put her in the top tier by any means.
Uh-oh. Peanut's here once again. Oh, he's going to interrupt the Arctic Assault with the Vault Breaker. And Rascal, I think, knows that he is dead. As we've got barrels flying around, and there it is. Peanut going to lock up the kill. And, yeah, just once again, the Peanut Show. I wonder if he'll pick up a POG this time, or whether Doran is going to pop off in the late game once again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think in the previous game, Doran did a lot to set up the ganks by himself, you know, with the Xante. Here, Peanut's been the one making it happen, you know. He's been the one initiating, finding the angles. And, you know, this Sejuani in the GP, I said it does have potential kill pressure. We haven't really seen it manifest. You're now down 2 plates. Farm, you're doing okay, but yeah, I'm not super optimistic.
I would agree. Divine Sundra also now done for Peanut. Essence Reaver going to come through, and Doran not going to be interrupted there. Farmy's just not quite working out. And the Boots of Lucidity going to be put together now for Doran. So going to be quick blades once more. And Doran just going to have the greatest of times. I do feel like out of all of the item changes, there has been like a really, really good build for Gangplank that's sort of like fallen into place.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is because back when Navori was super strong, they nerfed Gangplank's barrel cooldown because with Navori, he was just having infinite barrels.
Yeah, and then Navori and IE, it was a bit too silly.
But then they buffed it back so that you can have... So the cooldown goes down to 13 seconds at max rank again. But also, they changed Navori recently to have more AD on the Mythic passive, and then you get a bigger refund as well. So it has less ability haste, so you have genuinely less bait. You have higher base cooldown, but as long as you're proccing it frequently, you're just reducing that and getting a ton of barrels, and you can just spam them pretty endlessly.
Yep, and that means more passive procs. And we all know that, yeah, there's all these fancy barrels, big circle with cannons and stuff like that. Gangplank is Trial by Fire. That ability is broken.
And Navori, the damage amp on it, works on Trial by Fire, which is pretty disgusting.
That does not, it doesn't scream balance to me, but I love Gangplank. As that's a flash steadfast presence to deny Peanut an exit. Let's see how this one's going to go, though, because Peanut is pretty strong. He has Divine Sundra completed already, and in comes Fate. They're going to look for Peanut here, and they will be able to take him down pretty close, to be perfectly honest, as Chovy now looking for an opportunity to try and get himself a kill. There's not a whole lot going to happen. Barrel going to be flying out, and so Peanut will be shut down. Nicely done from Croco.
Yeah, a little bit danger close there, but Croco managing to get the stun at the end. I think the stun actually knocked him out of Fate's R2.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether Rascal's going to find it. Trial by Fire doing so much work. Winter's Wrath not quite there as Doran. He'll be absolutely K. No oranges required for that last little bit. And here on the bottom side, Gen G continuing to push forward, kind of winning everywhere outside of Peanut getting caught out. A little bit sad for Rascal in the top lane, yes?
About how, you know that thing you said earlier about how if a Gangplank is even,
yeah,
it feels pretty good.
Yeah.
What if a Gangplank solo kills their opponent?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
And gets first tower.
Gets first tower by himself.
And has 7k gold.
And his team is getting free dragons in the meantime. I would say that ludicrously ahead may not cut it.
Oh, it is an Ocean Soul.
Oh, sad. That was the one that I didn't ask for.
Oh my god, he's got like the 2 big components of Navori already.
That's very silly. As I like this from Croco, a lot of aggression. Reminds me of what we used to see from him. Croco, you can see, just looking for these angles, just can't find them. Peanut actually being very frustrating. Eventually, the heroic charge comes.
Croco actually knocked him out of the R2 from Nikali, but, you know, still ended up working out. But yeah, here, I think just the fact that the barrels come off, so 2 barrels there means so many more trial by fire. And you see that Rascal actually nearly still takes him down despite that, but yeah, just kind of outclassed in the 1v1 there.
Someone is a little bit more excited than somebody else. That's fine. Perhaps different fandoms is, okay, we're right into a team fight. There's an ult from a Braum, there's an Aphelios picking up kills. How many years? Rift Herald goes down. Gen.G win the fight, but Orcs, I think we might need you to do a bit of play-by-play in the replay to see what the heck happened to bring us to whatever just happened.
Yeah, I caught the back end. Chovy yeeted them over a wall into the rest of his team. And I'm going to predict that DRX decided to start the Herald. I'm like, this will be great. We'll take the Herald, and then we'll use it to kill towers and stuff. And Gen.G objected to that.
You know what? I think you might be onto something there. Can you see the future, Orcs? Is that your superpower?
It's the past.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. But the future replay that was going to give us the information.
You obviously, you hear like about people can predict the future. People who can predict the past, not as interesting.
It is less interesting. My mediocre superpower is getting pens started again if they stop working. So
I have a broken pen here.
Yeah, I got you. I'm going to see where the Fate's going to live first. Gets over the wall. Perfect execution on that one. And Gen.G are now looking to kill Beryl or Putter. Or whichever one's going to be available for them. Instead, they'll just take control of the river. And Croco, ooh, he's got an angry bell, and he's not afraid to use it.
They could go for this.
Yeah, they do manage to get the backflip. As Peanut going to get over the wall, caught by Croco there. As Beryl loses interest in the whole situation and will just run away.
Yeah, I think Croco was expecting his W to interrupt the blast cone.
Yeah.
Another reason for Brendan Valdez to be annoyed, by the way.
Yeah. And also, he did land in the circle. So you could say he was also setting up like the hoop. Playing a little bit of like Peanut basketball.
Yeah.
Kind of like it.
I just fumbled at the last second.
Yeah, he did. You can't win them all.
Okay. Now we get the replay. So yeah, start up the Herald. They're like, hey, why don't we do this? This is fun. But the problem is, Rel is so far away, and they commit deep into the pit. GP ult comes down, and then this shuffle is so good.
Oh, man. And the bot lane was just waiting to lap up the kills as well. They hold them in place and give them to Paze.
DRX started the Herald, and yeah, that bot lane takes so much longer to get there. Not ideal.
No. And Gen.G just demonstrating that their macro just has been better than our other teams. It's remaining true here today.
I'm going to say it.
What's that?
I think their everything has been better than a lot of our teams.
Yes. Gen.G has been good at doing things in order to get victories here in the LCK. I will go as far as to say that.
Are you sure? Are you able to defend that statement?
I am. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think I'm happy to. There's not very many things I'm not very sure of myself, but in this case, I'm ready.
Okay.
I might be able to.
You have confidence.
I could argue that in the debate team. Probably get there. As Croco will be able to secure his Raptor camp, that is at least something. But Paze has sort of slowly but surely become massive. He has a killing spree now. And
he got those plates earlier.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the Gangplank's also massive. And Chovy's also got 214 CS in 19.5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just kind of one of those games.
But Poppy has a helicopter. Never mind. Poppy delivered presents. And surely he's going to be able to take down this outer turret. Barrel's crashing down, but there is the cannon barrage. Wow, that is doing more damage than I was expecting at this stage of the game. And they're going to be able to head forward alongside Shirley to take down an inner as well. Brute force from Gen.G. But yeah, we're moving towards a 6,000 gold lead at sub 20 minutes.
You know, this feels very difficult for DRX from this point. And it's
oh, yeah.
That's my statement.
Okay, well.
Do I need to add to it? Do I need to follow up?
Nope.
There we go.
I agree. That's my addition. I also think that things could be going better for DRX right now. Checkmate, doubters. They said that I couldn't say true things on the LCK. However, I did it at least
right here.
this time. That's like twice in a row.
Yeah. Hey, here's this. You know, silver lining feels a bit strong. Let's say this is the copper lining. At least it's an Ocean Soul and not like a Hextech Soul that is being secured by Genji.
You see, I don't like that because silver lining is actually like a thing that happens around a gray cloud when the sun's behind it.
Yeah.
When does it ever get copper? Like when is that like?
Well, it's more so
when
that
it's like sunset.
Silver's nice.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
I understand, but I also don't like it.
Well, maybe it's why it's not a good selling point either.
Oh, okay. That's why it's like down a tier. Yeah. That's why gold lining doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's like that doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
But neither does I can't really sell. You know, I'm like, yeah, well, at least it's only an Oceans. They've got a Gangplank. They're like $1 million gold ahead.
Yeah. And they also had like the more scaling composition. They have the range advantage. They have all of the things.
Yeah, it's
DRX
also like,
do not
you know,
have many of
remember
the
when Honolife Esports had a 5-0 Shiv Akali, and the guy who was playing it was the reigning world champion who had an Akali skin.
Yeah.
And it did nothing and they lost.
Yeah.
Well, now they have a 0-0-1 Akali.
Using the skin of the guy who got the skin at Worlds and was really good at it, yeah. And yeah, so what you're saying is that DRX's chances are lower than Honolife Esports' chances were?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's a fair statement to make.
Oh, it's still a pretty sad statement. As, do you know what? It could be worse. Because DRX could have not had that one kill onto Peanut in their jungle.
Could have been a perfect game.
There it is. So no perfect game. That is the upside.
Well, we saw this in the last series. This is highlighting how ahead Doran is to set him up for the POG.
There it is.
Look how far ahead he is in levels.
And he also is very far ahead in every metric, really. 40 CS as well.
Whoa.
Beryl's diving in. All right. We're Magnet Storm, and there's the flash forward from Fate. They do manage to... Oh, it takes a while, but Pace does go down. Cannon Barrage now not really doing too much, as they do just yeet the Vi away. That is a double kill now for the Gangplank, though. And yes, you killed Pace. Congrats. But the real AD carry is the guy throwing barrels.
You know, I don't think anyone expected that, including Genji, including us, maybe even the other members of DRX.
Maybe even Beryl, who was the one doing it.
Beryl. He's like, I'm just going, I'm tired of this. And then he actually managed to kill Pace. Unfortunately, it didn't matter at all. But I like the gumption.
It's sort of like when, who was it, Leonidas throws the spear, and it hits that guy from the Persian army in the face.
Oh, yeah.
But it doesn't really do anything, but it sends the message, you know? And the message from DRX
is that they can't bleed.
Yes, exactly. We can kill Pace.
Yeah, so... I mean, they're setting up for this to have the flank, and then Beryl just runs in, and they just manage to catch Pace, but the problem is they're running into Doran, who just does barrel things.
Yeah. And then... Trial by Fire gets a kill.
You know, he killed Beryl with the barrel. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Something to really ponder.
I think I might need a bit more time with that one to really truly understand.
Let that ruminate a bit, you know?
I don't think it ever really will.
Whoa. Doran, that's a lot of feathers.
Yeah, Croc also gone pretty aggressive.
Yeah, they kind of mistimed the feathers there, so he just walked out.
Yeah.
I was thinking this is the big moment, you know, Doran's made a mistake TPing. There's like 77 feathers on the ground, and then they just mistimed, and yeah.
He's K. They're now gonna get to work on this inner turret. Rascal explodes. Wow. It's a powder keg.
You know, this is like the second kind of off-meta, weird counter pick we've seen today, and both of them got solo killed. Before it was the Trundle and the Ornn, now it's the Sejuani into the GP.
Yeah.
Neither have been particularly convincing.
And the last time we saw them, there was they were you know, picks that made sense, right? Like Carl from SKT was of course a Trundle main, and so he comes in and he manages to win the match.
Yeah. So if you're wondering, why aren't people playing these picks anymore? Why?
Is anyone going to be wondering it?
No.
In this game, you know. Yeah.
Maybe before the game, maybe in draft. You're wondering.
Okay, Beryl is right in the middle of the Cannon Barrage. That's bad. Chovy going to be able to pick up that kill there as Fate splitting on the top side of the map. Beryl for like bounty gold. probably take that.
Yeah, I think that's a good trade.
Yeah.
Problem is, I don't think they stop a barrel.
If they did, though, if we cut the tape now,
yeah, that'd be nice.
Trade.
Oh, no.
Not so much good trade, as Zaya, often difficult to hit with cease and desist. Not for Peanut in that moment there, because he's trying to get out. It's a double kill for Pays now, as Fate is running for the hills. Doran tanking a turret that he maybe doesn't want to, but he can eat oranges, and he will be all right. And Gen G, I have a feeling this game might be over, or perhaps it was over prior to this point.
Yeah, I feel like this has been more about ruining Pays' KDA than anything else.
Yeah.
In which case, they've been very successful.
They've done a great job.
Well, he's still 5-2-4, so maybe...
Yeah, they're going to need to try a little bit harder. However, as the triple barrel chain comes through, there's the flash power by fire on, and he's dead.
And Beryl succeeds in ruining Doran's KDA a little bit.
There
Next up is Chovian Delight.
Definable KDA.
It's quantifiable.
For Doran. As, maybe that means that we're going to have two different people for the POG vote, because you can't give it to Doran now. He was just completely outplayed. We're going to check this one out once again. And sometimes Cannon Barrage.
You know, I will say, Doran's barrel didn't do as much damage there as I thought it would.
Huh.
I think expected a lot more, maybe didn't crit there. But now he has lots of crits, so certainly will.
Croco just taking most of his health bar, but Beryl is going to dive on in. He's taking a lot of damage and will die, but it was a lot of CC that he provided. Cease and desist comes through, and Croco is going to say, yes, I'll stop, and Peanut is going to say, no, now you will. And now Product is going to get knocked up. Yeah, he didn't have the Featherstorm, unfortunately. Fate, okay, everyone's just moving around, super weird. The Glacial Prison does absolutely nothing, but Rascal kills Pays. There we go. They're going to type Worth in all chat as their Nexus is going to be destroyed. One remaining Nexus turret gets in there as the Winions, they know exactly what to do. You know, the teleport's going to come forward, and Gen G will pick up the 2-0, as expected this evening.
Yeah, if the objective of this game was to kill Pays 3 times, then DRX are the real winners in this one.
Absolutely. Especially with Doran also falling to Beryl. But honestly, not very close. Gen G still looking utterly dominant this week. Big high five there as Pays. Smile on his face, even though he did die a couple of times.
And you know, they are still dominant, but also they feel more dominant this week than previous weeks.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been...
It's the level up of Doran. Doesn't it feel like it? Like the top side is so much more stable?
It felt like there'd be solo kills in return. It'd be a little bit messy, and you'd think, okay, that's our route, you know? Especially when things are setting up for that KTV match.
Yeah.
Keen being so strong. I think a lot of people are looking at, okay, can Doran survive against Keen? At this point, I think it's going to be more of an even battle.
I 100% agree. I'm really looking forward to it. Remember, it went 3 games last time around. We had a little bit of a kerfuffle with a certain item being purchased before you were even allowed to. And so we really want to see what the rematch is going to be. That will be next week, so we don't have to wait all that long, as that is a very happy score there as well. I still think, like, it has now really come true where it's just unfair to have Peanut and Score on the same team.
Yeah.
I just think that that's unfair. Because they were the 2 best junglers in the league for a long time, praised for their ability to understand where to be on the map and what to do. And now they're both working out strategies for Gen G. Unfair.
Maybe that's
unfair.
the trick, right? Is that you get a really strong player in a position, and then you get another strong player in that same position as coach.
Yeah.
To really deny them, you know?
You just have to convince them to retire. That's the best way to do it. As Pays is feeling pretty good today, even though he dies a few times, doesn't really matter. And Big Strong Delight was there to help him out. Stand behind Bron. Oh, I love that. Using
the props.
His backpack.
With the props.
Okay, that's my vote. Celebration of the week.
Yeah.
I'm putting it in now. I'm ready.
Love to see it.
Oh, and it was very subtle as well. He's like, do you get it? You know, while he was doing it. I loved it.
And then you clocked it and everyone's like, oh, that's what he's doing.
Didn't rub it in. He's just like, this is my cool reference. Did you see it? And then he's out of there. Doesn't let it sit around for too long. Gorgeously done. Gen G, if it was a person, has really big arms today, I learned. And we also learned today that Gen G are better than DRX.
I don't think we learned that. I think that...
Yeah, that's why I struggled to really...
We had our truths reinforced. You
know? No. We learned that Sejuani is not the counter pick to Gangplank that she once was.
Yep. We also learned that DRX, not so effective in League of Legends against Gen G, pretty effective at killing Pays against Gen G. So that's something they got going for them.
Nailed it.
I think there's still some issues, obviously, to wake up with this DRX roster. Realistically, I don't think anyone was expecting them to win today. But, you know, still trying to work out which jungler they'd rather lean on, whether it's Kroko or Juhan. And still very much within realms of making playoffs at this point. You know, they have a hard start to the second round robin, but they're within touching distance off that 6th place, so...
The way Peanut played this, by the way, was he was charging the Vault Breaker looking like he was trying to escape to keep them interested, and then Vault Break it in to set up for Chovy. Really beautifully done, honestly. I think that Peanut's performance has been pretty amazing. It's just been... Because he was sort of a point of contention, you know, the Peanut moments and things like that we
The Elder moment against Quandong Tree.
Yeah, the face check moment.
He hasn't had many of these, I'd say.
They do not happen so much here in summer. And just casually, look at it's Delight's stance that really tells you a lot about Gen.G. And he's pretty relaxed.
Pretty chill.
Yep.
And Pays is like stressing out of his mind, trying to outplay Mr. Carly. The rest of the team are like, you know, business as usual.
Yeah, and look at Chovy having a giggle about the fact that Pays died.
Again.
Pays doesn't look very happy about it.
Yeah, he's trying to get, he's close to the top of the POG points.
Yeah, he's like, guys, how am I supposed to win it now?
Yeah,
Candy's got 900 points.
And you know what's the thing? It's not just his opponent denying them, but also his teammates stealing them from him.
Yeah.
You know, Chovy's been climbing up the standings as well.
I mean, Chovy is robbed every time he doesn't get it. Like, let's be honest.
Based.
As Doran is going to do the most damage in the game. He shot a lot of barrels.
Tanking a top in jungle for you to wail on.
Yep.
Pretty good.
And it certainly worked out. His gangplank looking fantastic once again. The 2nd time so far this season. And the 2nd time it has picked up a victory and looked very, very nice while doing it. So now, no Sejuani, no Renekton can withstand the power of the Pirate.
And what else? That's the question.
What is the next one on the menu? Maybe Huni has the answer. So let's throw it over to the space, and the gentleman can break down the victory for Gen.G. Take it away, boys.
Well, we're going to have to ask Huni here in a little bit what he thinks about that top matchup. But yeah, Gen.G able to get the easy 2-0 tonight, as was pretty much expected. That's Huni. Huni, what do you think, by the way? Do you think, what's a good answer into the gangplank in the top lane?
Well, Lucian. Rumble.
Okay.
Lucian,
man.
And
what else?
2023?
Vayne?
How about something meta?
Teemo? You know what I mean? Like Cassiopeia?
I mean, if Huni's playing it, he's got the answers.
I mean, if I was there, like, I'm 100% just insta-locking no matter what Lucian or Vayne or Cassiopeia. There's so many things. So, I don't know why people are kind of struggling with it.
So I'm just going to echo the sentiment of the desk when we talk about the draft in that, or sorry, that we are the desk, we're the space.
No, they're the caster desk. Yes. We are the analyst space.
I'm just going to say what they said and say that Yone would have been pretty good here. We talked about it earlier today as well.
Yeah.
Seemed to be a bit allergic to picking this up. The Sejuani was there. Could have been solid. Could have been solid. Could have been good into the. Could have been good into the Azir. How are we liking that Akali? I'm not really liking the Akali these days.
It's a bait, man. It's Sejuani Akali. It looks like it's a great synergy because she's melee, but it doesn't really help. Like, if they need to get a good synergy, like Akali Q need to work with the Sejuani E. You know what I mean? Like, there's no synergy.
Is she a counter to Azir, except she doesn't have any CC in this meta to lock people down, whereas in every team composition this meta that wins has CC to lock her down?
She's not the counter on Azir. You're getting also, especially when you're building first item static ship, has no threat of solo killing on the early game, and especially against Azir. When the meta was Akali into Azir, because Akali was definitely stronger than Rhino. The number basically was higher, and the first item was not the static shift.
Yeah, the numbers were higher. It's that simple. There you go.
Please stop picking Akali. Don't pick it. Not right now.
Yeah, we will continue ranting about this next time it happens, because it will happen again. Just like when Gen.G win, oftentimes we look at a Peanut early kill reel, and we're going to do that right now, actually, for Highlight 1. Let's take a look at how Peanut affected the early game for Gen.G.
Peanut is backing, and Beryl is still here, and he's like, let's see if he's still there. And then he calls to Doran to use Cannon Barrage. And, I mean, the Cannon Barrage just gives him an assist. It's not even necessary here at all. I mean, I guess you could say it zones Podok away, like, as if he wasn't going to be running out of there. And then Peanut says, oh, a Sejuani up in the lane because Doran froze it a little bit far away. No No flash.
I mean, also this kill actually it's related that next the Gangplank is just solo killing Sejuani. Because of the display, it set it up everything. Like it changed, it swings all 1v1 matchup on top, and GP was be able to just take the turret by himself. It's just snowballing like really well on Doran's side.
He gets a solo kill after this the next time they collide and is able to hit both barrels, neither of them denied by Rascal. And Doran is just killing people on this rare Gangplank pick that only he is playing right now.
Who could have seen this coming? Well, the Gangplank is getting a lot of value. Let's take a look at the very valuable Herald fight we had 16 minutes into the game, which essentially was the nail in the coffin. I mean, already Doran was super fed, and then an early fight gets them kind of the victory lead.
Yeah, this is a Croco moment, right, where Croco's very known for going in. He had a fantastic moment against Peanut as well on the blue side of the jungle, but he sees Peanut, he goes in. Croco, he doesn't wait, he doesn't hesitate. That's his greatest strength, but also his greatest weakness, and Genji have a beautiful turn over the side of the pit.
Yeah, I mean, it was like just a lack of reason to hit the Herald. It was like really question markable why you guys actually pulled the Herald first when even Genji bottom, the both deal was actually coming faster, and there's no way that they can actually just win the fight as well. It was just not really calculated at all. Like, that's why I think this game even more was dominated, be able to just snowball the game way faster, and it's like way more one-sided.
Yeah, and you know, this is a 2-0 that we expected Genji to pick up, right? I mean, they are the favorite team in this one. They were able to win early on in both games. We do have the POG ready right now, actually, so let's take a look at who does pick it up here for the side of Genji. Maybe this time it's Peanut. Nope, it's Doran again.
Damn, it's, you know, Doran, he's playing really well. Like, I did say in the middle of the game as well, like, when I see him, he's actually playing on GP, like, it makes me want to go back to playing right now. The meta is like, everyone's just playing Rumble and GP. It's going to be so much fun.
This is that solo kill we were talking about that happens after Peanut gets him ahead. He's able to sidestep those flails, coming through, and, yeah.
He's the real AD carry.
He's the real AD carry. Pays, dies, and he's popping off. Just straight up got fed, did a lot of damage. He was scaling, but he was also doing things in the early game. And remember, we go back to like week 2, week 3, Doran, we were like, man, if Genji had a top layer, imagine how strong they'd be. He has really turned the season around, now up in 3rd place, just 100 points, 1 POG behind Pays. Crazy to see the turnaround of this player so far.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like his own carry champion actually playing better, like way better. Like, I think actually it started when he was performing with the Queen into Renekton especially. Like, he was actually be able to perform a lot better.
How about the Gragas in finals?
Yeah.
Carry champ.
Oh, champ.
Maybe a finals MVP caliber play.
Well, he's catching up to that other guy who did get it. It was Pays, like you were saying. But guys, I believe we do have the interview ready to go. No, we do not. We need a little bit more time. So, Hootie, you getting back into the top lane anytime soon? The Rumble of the GP, as you mentioned?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm pretty good at Queen. I'm pretty good at Rumble. I'm pretty good at GP. Like, I'm pretty good at Gnar. You know, like, the meta's been pretty good for me. So, you know, we'll see how it goes.
All right.
I look forward to it.
As do I. We'll have to wait and see if it does happen. But guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation. We're here joined by Doran on the side of Genji, who just secured their first victory in round 2. So it seems like you guys have a new record for Genji. You broke the 11 winning streak record from last summer. How do you feel? Feels like we're continuing a good momentum here. I hope that we keep breaking records and display good sides of what we can show you. And even for Game 1 and 2, you and Peanut were neck and neck in terms of the POG votes. And it looks like you're in the 3rd place with 600 POG points, so how does it feel? I I can tell that Peanut was a little disappointed that he didn't get POG. So I'm really happy. So do you feel happy about the POG, solo POG, or that he's disappointed? I'm happy about Peanut being disappointed.
사진 찍으시잖아요. 그 포즈가 굉장히 인상적이었단 말이에요. 그거 한번 그 현장에 없으셨던 분들을 위해서 한 번만 다시.
Would you like to show us the pose that you did at the very start for the photo?
어떤 포즈예요? 설명 좀 부탁드립니다.
And can you explain which pose this is? Oh, this is a pose that I do when I sing at the karaoke, and they made me do it, so that's why. Let's dig into game 1. The opponent took 2 AD carry and tank comp, so what did you discuss during the draft?
대부분의 팀들이 그런 조합을 좀
Most teams tend to prefer that comp right now, so it wasn't very surprising. I think we just had it in mind the entire time. And so it looked like your opponent was trying to play for the late game, avoiding fighting until they get the right moment to strike back. So what was the game plan for the team? Like we were trying to play safe during the early game and make sure that we play the late game with good macro because we're pretty confident in our macro. And it looks like you had a great early game, but you also played K'Sante quite skillfully. And there's a highlight that I'd like to watch. It's safe to say that this Baron team fight basically ended the game, so how did you make your decision playing here? So it was quite chaotic, so the moment I saw an opening, it felt like a really good opportunity to ult, so it worked out. How do you think you did well, or how did you think you did here? I feel like I got pretty lucky because it usually just happens to work out during practice more. And after losing game 1, the opposing team subbed Coco in. So what did your team want to take caution in?
저희 팀에는 변화가 없는 거기 때문에 그냥
I feel like as long as there's no change in our team, we just ended up playing the way we normally do.
우리가 할 걸 잘하자 이런 이야기를 주로 나누시는 것 같습니다. 그렇게 해서 이 세트에는 이제 탑 세주아니가 굉장히 오랜만에 등장을 한 건데요.
And in game 2, top Sejani made an appearance after a long time. So how was playing against her for the first time in summer? It wasn't expected. And at first, I was thinking about how I'm supposed to play against her, but I feel like eventually it just kind of came all back, and I played pretty comfortably. And we saw a lot of snowball plays in top. Peanut would gank often, and Chovy would also TP to defend top as well. So was this like a team-wide strategy for game 2? And because Sejani didn't have Flash, we kept talking about how it would be easy to kind of pick her. So that's why I got a lot of help. And in game 2, there was another highlight that was even greater than the one in game 1. It's right here, this moment, where we saw how eager you were to get your solo kill. He said, I'm sorry. So what was your intention?
그냥 레일 잡을 수 있었는데 너무 아쉽네요.
I could have killed Rel, but how regretful. It's such a shame. Was it like a strategy? I feel like, yeah, maybe it was a strategy after I died. Yeah, but it was such a comfy moment for my entire team. And Doran, you're rank 1 in the solo kill leaderboard. And you seem to be the top candidate for the summer first top laner. So how would you rate your current performance? Whenever I think about that, I feel like my performance actually deteriorates. Sorry for bringing that up. No, it's okay. I feel like I just have to look ahead far into the future for playoffs and be consistent regarding my performance.
하루를 더 열심히 하다 보면 또 좋은 결과가 있을 거라고 저도 함께 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그리고 오늘은 이제 도란 선수가 얘기하신 게 아니라 제가 얘기한 거니까 아마 영향이 없을 것 같습니다. 이제 현재
Since I'm the one who mentioned it first, I'm sure it won't affect you. Don't worry, Doran.
달려가야 할 것 같습니다.
And now with the playoff spot secured, it's time to aim higher. So how long do you think this momentum will last? Is this a good question to ask? Yeah, it's fine.
제가 생각했을 때 제가 느끼기에 저희 팀이
My perspective, my team is quite strong and very solid right now.
꾸준히 오래오래 계속할 수 있을 것 같아서 이제
I feel like we can definitely continue this momentum for a very long time consistently.
박수를 쳐주시고 계십니다. 앞으로도 연승 쭉쭉 이어나가시기를 응원하겠고요. 다음 상대는 광동 프릭스입니다.
And your next opponent will be Guangdong Freaks. Are you confident? Please share us your resolution. We have a bit of a break until the next match, so we'll make sure to practice and be on the same page, make sure that we come back with a good performance. And this will be the end of the interview with Doran, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Doran, who was the solo POG, although he didn't seem to understand the strategy behind his fountain.
So I identified it earlier during the game. He decided he wanted to give his bounty to Rel so that just in case there was a botched team fight that was not going to go over to one of the carries. So pretty sick play. Deny the bounty.
And reset the Rel kill points so he get the 300 gold of maximum value.
Yeah. Doran knew it. Even though he didn't know it, he knew it, and he did the right play.
He just didn't want to reveal it.
Standings, after this match is Gen.G still undefeated. They have Guangdong Freaks up next, as was mentioned in the interview. Should be, on paper, another win for them as they continue with their streak.
Yeah, for DRX, it would have been amazing if they could have had the upset here, would have put them tied with Guangdong Freaks, would have put their playoff chances much more manageable, but it's still possible here. Anything is possible for those bottom of the standings matches.
Saturday Showdown!
There we go! It's really important match, right? Like for the whoever get in the 6th place is like more secure. It's actually, there's not many games left right now, especially. So for sure, it's actually, this is like, we would call this is like double win, you know? Because they're too close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important for Liv Sandbox here, Guangdong Freaks as well. The rest of those teams are creeping up. If Liv Sandbox actually wins, they'll be tied in 4 wins, so your playoff spot could be in jeopardy.
Yeah. Also, after that, Humble Life Esports up against Bro. That's going to be an interesting one as well. Bro really needs some wins if they want to have a chance to make it into playoffs, so it's going to be rough and very competitive for tomorrow. But guys, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, 2 hours earlier for Saturday Showdown. Be there.
Standing on the edge of this big love.
이 라운드 이제 지금은 시작을 무조건 다 해야 되는 상황입니다.
동부의 왕자를 일단 노릴 수 있는 그런 매치예요.
예.
광동 제일거 주왕이 가는 길이 곧 길이 돼요.
리브 샌드박스입니다. 당첨합니다. 테디
동부의 왕을 노리는 두 팀입니다.